Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。今日は376日目です。This is day 376. 2 days away from our second half of 3 days. From our second half of level 36. I think this is day 4. Day 4. Alright, let's get into it. Kind of trucking along now when it comes to WaniKani. What? Oh.
別
別
冊
冊。
今月
うなぎ丼
混ぜる。貴重品。
This is like to get involved or to be involved in something. To be involved. Oof.
絡む
With? Fair enough.
生徒下
布団。
Stone.
順位
Carry.
釣れる
Hmm. Carry. Hmm. Renzoku.
連続。
Along. Continue. Serial or something like that. Consecutive. Okay, series.
Ayamari
吐き気。
Akike. Isai Jun. Whoops.
小さい順
汚い。
汚い。連
連日。
日。
鹿
が。
集団。
集団。うん。集団。OK。
内容。
あ。
発
発
殺
殺。
入団続く
続く。続く。
容疑ために
ために。
混乱
乱。
殺。
うーん。
季節。
節。
行為。
行為。優
優しい
しい。
資材。
材。材。
進め。地帯。
体。昆虫。スペシャル。
参加。
醤油
油。
信徒。
Okay.
電磁場。
埋
埋
める
める。Oh, no. 改
改善。
善。Same difference. to rage.
暴れる。
る。We get intertwined, to get tangled into. Cats.
連絡する。
They're all very similar.
布。
you know.
勤め。
改める。
減る。
減る。
枝豆。学歴。忙しい。改正。連中。
降参する。
悪霊。得意。
生前。
生前。Oops.
吐き出す。
いい加減。
砂。仏教徒。豆腐。
指揮者。
多
多忙。
親子丼。
説得。
Overdue.
滞る。
おる。滞る。
病床。じゃがいも。
歴史。
続々。
Okay.
劇団。
お節句。Or seasonal festival.
乱戦。
Then what's something else, right? Melee? Okay. Melee. Alright. Oops. Oh, no, wait.
原稿。
原稿。原稿。Oops.
財布。
財布。
亀。乱暴。
交互。関連。
Oh. 暴走。
財
財
閥。
閥。Right.
放
放
射能。
射能。
一
一
冊。
冊。
口
口紅。
相互。
相互。
毛布 ウミガメ
Umigame. Hmm. We add. Oh no, it's not. Hmm. Why did it? Yeah.
Sekijun.
Oops.
昆布
Kombu. It's kombu. Huge. Uh. Huh. Let's say, like,
互い
Nagai. Where did? Huh. I lost go in the mnemonic.
Itameru.
Ameru. Uh-oh. It's not eh. Not toku. Oh no, wait. It might actually be toku. Toku.
徳
I couldn't think of any other route though. Oh,
同窓会
Sokai. Heck. Boot. Certainly not Chol, right? Oh, Techie. Kega. Oh, Kega. I keep thinking it's Atamadaka. That's weird.
芋
Emo. It's so food dominated, but it's not food.
源氏物語
善悪
善悪。うん。
やつら
やつら。
二枚舌
Yes.
L
L. Chaos.
乱れる
To like become disordered or something, like to make disorder to be in this. Okay, okay, fine.
用意三
三
冊
冊 Got, oh, just kidding. Wait, just kidding. Wait, what? Hold up. Okay, there was a typo in there somewhere. All right. What does tomorrow look like? Okay, so we got our short volumes. All right. Oh, this is gonna be lesson. This is post lesson day. So Sundays. Oh, 18 and 19. Man, I can't catch a break on making them earlier. We really gotta shift earlier. All right. Let's go over our kanji. Okay. Bucket. Salmon. Pita. Fry. Oh. Uncle. Aunt. You. Former. Say. Surname. Pickle. Oh, trade, Cho, Commander, Me, Alliance, no, Stretch, and Depth is kinda stinky. Cause Se or Seki is a little more powerful. But Sai depth. U well up. Q reach. Nada. Who is stronger here too? Haba with exchange Teki luck Kaku nucleus Oki open sea Yo rope to harbor can offer, yo, heal, get, inherit, eat, maintain, eat, deed, pull, step, fun, generally, fune is very strong. Overlapping, like it looks, there's an overlapping look. Die, trust, e, reliant, hot, Scott, yeah, fear, Daku, which is kind of special for an onyomi. Daku, agreement, get, bang, and cho, ultra. All right, getting close to the second half. It looks like we have definitely, this is going to be a longer lesson, second half. And that's marked usual time. So we have a leap day because it's more than 24 hours. All right. That's a wrap for my WaniKani session today. If you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, share, discuss, encourage each other, motivate each other, right? Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I will be back with Bunpro. Thank you, thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、16日目です。It is day 16. Got two major points from yesterday. That was, we have your ru and right? Verbs. Where we take the te form and add iru, in which iru is conjugated for the progressive, right? We had negative, positive, past, non-past. Or progressive. And then basically our companions for noun, non-adjective, or negative, past, or plus or minus, which is represented by data and I wrote the wrong thing there. Where is, yes. And then jana, right? Jana. Janai. Which then this. The kata. And I keep writing plus signs where I'm supposed to write chisai, chisaitsu. I think so. I have to look at that again. But look at that again before we head in. Right, what's at this point? Right. And then that is combined. Do we combine? Okay. I guess we'll figure it out. Okay. And let's do our lesson. Okay. We're getting close to the... So, looking at these numbers, right? It seems like then N4 is going to... we're going to do the volume a little bit different. Probably spread it out over 2 months. If 2 months, let's say 3, right? 3 times, yeah, it'd be 2 months. So we do like 3 times 30, roughly speaking. That's 60 points a month, or no, not 60, 90 points a month. And then you spread it over 2 months, that would get you 180. This one is going to end in the first month, because we're doing 5 right now. 5 times 30, 150. So it's going to end a little bit. And then there's going to be a period break between these stacks. So once we do the N5, we're going to do something, do practices. It's going to be a practice forward thing, to not like stack on all these things over and over again. I don't think grammar is treated in its workload as similarly as vocabulary. While vocabulary has a lot of dynamics when it comes to sentences, grammar structure has a lot of practice properties to it. And just so happens, I wonder if it's here. So there's a beta out for a conjugator. Yeah, or kaijugation? Kaiju, right? Kaiju, and then the second half of. So there's a beta that you can activate to do like some conjugation stuff. So that's probably what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a bit of practice. So I actually might not do any grammar lessons in Bunpro for the month of February. So the entire time we're going to be practicing N5 and then trying to complete the rest of the vocabulary, N5 vocabulary, where it's 11,000. So right now we're doing 20 a day. So 20 times 30 is 600, right? It would take 2 months to eclipse the N5 vocabulary, which I technically should have 100% coverage or some exposure, at least 100% exposure to these. So across the month of February, we'll continue to do vocabulary lessons. As a form of review, this is to catch up and overlap with ditching the burnout reviews for WaniKani, as a way to reinforce in a different way. So once we get through our grammar lessons, we will not be adding new grammar lessons until March. The reason why I'm alleviating that is because February is a game month. So I do want to cover some of that. So that's kind of how our schedule is. I think from then on, I will be taking a month practice in between each of the N groups. Especially after N4. So it will be 2 months for N4. So that's March and April. And then we'll take a May, like for May, the month of May will be a practice month. I genuinely am far more conscientious about output and practice being proportional to the amount of input. So, and being proportional is not the same as one-to-one. Like if you do lessons for a month, that doesn't mean practice is going to be a month long. It's more like the appropriate amount versus the versatility of the thing you're learning. And I think that's something that's not regulated, and it's also incredibly underplayed a lot of times by the overall internet community, where like practice has no benefits or have minimal benefits, etc. The reason, in my opinion, the TLDR of why that is the case is largely because the most practiced skill, ironically, or lack of a better term, the most practiced skill is input for the vast majority of people. Passive mass input. That is the nature of the internet. You go online and you get input. You don't necessarily engage intellectually with concepts that are new, or concepts that are difficult to understand, or concepts that are alien out of curiosity. Generally, you are bombarded by targeted content that reinforces all the things you already know, and you do not output them either. A great example of this would be when someone says, "Oh, I really like this game, and I watch a lot of videos on this game," and I would ask them, "Can you explain some of that to me in a cogent, thought out way that is practiced?" it would be like, oh, you know, the game's mechanics are kind of awesome and they're kind of tight and, you know, like this. And I'm like, I don't know like that. That's kind of the same nature that nowadays an efficacious way of learning language is through input only. And I agree and disagree at the same time. I agree that if you're chronically online and you're used to taking in information like that, it is probably very cathartic, comforting, and very efficient. If you're not used to that, like me, then I do other things. So I do spend a proportionate amount of time practicing because output is important to me. Output provides feedback and input for my future inputs. So it's a way to self-evaluate. People don't self-evaluate, in my opinion, who's chronically online. You're not like, there's not like a quiz at the end of every YouTube video you watch. There's a quiz at the end of a YouTube video when I watch it. So when I watch a video, I go into the video asking myself why I'm watching this video, what kind of information is to expect it, see what information there is in the video, and then at the end of the video, I think about the video and ask myself, where do I go from here using the information that's in the video? And this is instantaneous, or like it happens simultaneously as you're going. And that is a normal repetition for me. So right now when I'm using Bunpro, one of the most glaring weaknesses to me personally is that nearly everything in Bunpro is explicit. Outside of my favorite feature about Bunpro, which is the nuance hint system, that is really awesome. Outside of that, like, you're basically reading textbook things, right? Textbook things, and I need time to wield and use all that information. It's a great source. Like, Bunpro is an excellent source. It's explanatory. It really fits the mold of anyone who comes across it online. However, it is a teaching method, or it's more like a reference resource. And then the basic principle of applying memory is repetition, with a few exceptions. So my favorite parts are the few exceptions that don't rely on explicit instructions. So that's the part that I need to get ground into my brain. The nice thing, the lovely thing is there's cramming, there's practice tests, there's reading practice, there's hiragana, and then there's like a game, and they currently have like a new thing, right? That's in beta, which I can activate in the settings. So those are output practice. And output practice is also, in my opinion, a little deficient in people who are chronically online. Because when they output, they don't reflect on their output. They use output as a simultaneous gauge of whether they know something or not. Not understand it, or understand why they got it wrong, or refine or adapt the things they get wrong repeatedly. Usually it's a relying on brute force. It's like, oh, hopefully if I see it in a different context enough times, I will intuit it. So that's not how I roll. And it's a conflict in practice skills. Like, if I sit here and say, I'm going to do this again, it's like, oh, 5 seconds. All right, tomorrow, maybe I'll get it again and see that I get it right. That to me, personally, is incredibly unrewarding. It does not demonstrate that you've made the effort to, like, for myself, not another person. For myself, it doesn't demonstrate that I care enough to understand and wield that information. I get told this time and time again when someone says, well, that's a waste of time, or they infer that it's a waste of time or less efficient. And my thought about it is, it's also less rewarding, like, to me. So if I'm going to do something that is efficient and it's less rewarding, I would typically choose the more rewarding thing despite it being less efficient, if that were true. Historically, over my life, it's usually statistically negligible. By the time I get to a particular position, that other person also gets to that particular position. They encounter different problems than I do. Someone who's focused on efficiency and repetition and like sticking to whatever they do best, which is what the internet does, in my opinion. If you only input and you never think about the videos you watch, then mass input is your approach. It's the very efficient, preferable way. How quickly we get to the thing, in my opinion, in the long run, it's probably statistically negligent. The difference here is that person probably feels good about their method, and I feel good about my method. If I did what they did solely, I would probably adjust to it too. But for me, it's a personal choice. I don't want to sit there and think, oh, okay, well, I'll get it next time. Oh, man. If I don't get it here, then maybe somewhere else or some other thing will drill the thing into my brain. I'm like, all right, that sounds interesting. I mean, like, that's one way to go about information. In my opinion, though, whenever I'm talking to someone like this, it's very obvious that it's difficult to empathize or critique things. So there are differences between the two, but I usually don't highlight differences. One is the former lack critical thinking and problem solving skills. They may never need those skills to be happy. I do. I enjoy the vast majority of things that I do involves problem solving and critical thinking. So if you keep assuming that something on the internet or some exposure is going to solve your problems merely by seeing it and witnessing it, that sounds like it's a lifestyle choice you've made. When I talk to someone like that, it's very obvious when they present their cases. So whenever they try to argue or present a point of view, it's usually incredibly concise, specific, and also with that short-sighted, myopic, and rarely interesting personally. I can respect that they love those opinions, and I can also encourage them to continue pursuing those opinions. They would not be something I agree with, right? My passion is through the exchange of information. And oftentimes I feel whenever you're talking about this type of thing, when someone shares an opinion, it sounds more like an argument, or it sounds more like a convincing thing. And then someone would, that person would say, well, I'm not here to convince you. I'm like, but the nature of the way you talk is one-sided. So you're probably going to hear it quite often that it feels like you're trying to, even though you're just sharing your opinions, it feels like it's a one-sided argument. So it naturally ends up intrinsically sounding like a persuasive speech because the narrative is very linear. So I don't know if people ever realize that or not. That's kind of like spreading out information and not understanding the impact of that information. So like someone who can share their opinion and is consistently negative about something, to another person, that could be seen as, oh, this person is convinced it's a negative outcome, as opposed to that person saying, oh, I'm just sharing my opinions about, well, you're sharing your opinions about being strictly negative about something. That can come off as persuasion despite maybe not the intent. It's only clarified after, right? And I talk about my own personal biases as well. I get ahead and I say, as a disclaimer, this is my own personal narrative. I understand that there are many other narratives that one can paint with the same evidence. I would like to present the one that I prefer at the moment, right? As opposed to going out and say, well, this stuff's garbage because there's money involved. Like, okay, well now we're talking within your narrative. And rarely is it when you talk to that person and you exchange an alternative narrative, that person would say, well, I'm just sharing my narrative. It's like, yeah, I know. You're barely actively listening to the other person with a different idea. Right? The only reason I'm sharing an opposing narrative or a differing narrative is because I heard your narrative. But it doesn't get reciprocated most of the time. And I think that's kind of paves, how does this relate to language learning? It's the same as it's very similar as someone who comes in and say, this is how you learn language. This is the right answer. This is what you do to get better at Japanese. That's kind of what I mean. Like, you integrate the information, but you don't wield it or troubleshoot it or output it. Generally speaking, an indicator of someone who uses information is someone who would know the pros and cons of immediately of that information that they're sharing. For myself, this would be an example of it. I've noticed that while this Bunpro is a great resource to reinforce and gain information, at the moment, the way I'm going about this is incredibly minimal in understanding how to output and use it and have practice in it. So I do feel like I'm under-practiced. So in order to remediate this, I must add additional time to practice those things. Which also means it gives me opportunity to form different types of corrections for my own behaviors. This is very different from someone who has an incredibly high propensity to simply tell people what the right answer is or suggests right answers without understanding the nature of the problem. I think that's the thing that I encounter the most, where someone believes that they're helping by saying the right answer or redundantly repeating the same information as though the mistake means that assuming that someone got the information incorrect. That's very different, at least for myself. Like, you can still get things wrong or go down a line of thinking if you're not thinking linearly. It has pros and cons. What's the con of not thinking linearly? There's no only one way of thinking it, right? Like, for example, yesterday there was a situation with na adjectives. And I'm like, yes, that's a na adjective. Like, that would be linear thinking. And I'm like, but how did I get there? That was the difference. I don't think that is ever a priority for someone who believes that there's only one way of line of thinking, or very used to it anyways. Anyways, let's get into our lesson. Got lots of thoughts. Bunpro brings up lots and lots of thoughts about how the material is being explained. Alright. Prohibitive. Is this like the end? Yeah, it's the end. Sentence ending particle. So na is classified as a sentence ending particle in Japanese when attached to the base dictionary form of a verb. Okay. It has the nuance of strongly demanding that someone not do something, right?
危険、触るな。
Why is that so loud? Wait, why is this so loud?
家の中で走るなとお母さんが言った。
Did it get just louder? Hold on. We need to lower the volume. Was it always this loud? Huh.
危険、触るな。
Okay. I don't know if it got louder all of a sudden.
家の中で走るなとお母さんが言った。
I think that's a relatively benign point. Not bad. Isolated. Okay. Dake. Adverbial particle. Right? Comes after verb, adjectives, and nouns, and then with the appropriate changes. Interesting, the noun doesn't require na. Or like a grouped variant with non-adjectives. Lately, most of the particles, most of like the related conventions group non-adjectives with noun, but this does not. Intriguing. Dake. Dake is used in Japanese in a similar way to only or just in English. The basic meaning of this word is that while there are and were several possibilities, only A is true was chosen. Okay. Is used by attaching it to the base dictionary form of any word. So the base dictionary form of any word with the exception of non-adjectives. Yes. So it's used by attaching anyway, except for non-adjectives, which requires na when being used adjectivally. Okay. So this is a great example of maybe this is a cultural difference or like a subcultural difference. Whenever someone says something like, oh, I did this, right? I did this. Or I'm only going to eat, for example, right here. I'm only going to eat. It's the choice that has been made out of other possibilities. Or in English, a lot of times when in NetSpeak, this is suggesting that it was the only option that could happen. So that this is interesting because I often am unsure when it comes to the ambiguity of English, right? Like tonight, I'm only going to eat. I won't drink anything. The idea is tonight I'm only going to eat as what the choice you've made out of many possibilities, out of the existing possibilities. Not necessarily there was only one possibility and it's only going to eat. Or this isn't the greatest example, but oftentimes when you're saying only, like, oh, I only did this. Is it you only did this because you chose out of many things to do this, or it is the only thing you can choose to do? And oftentimes those are like synonymous with each other now. Like, I always do this. I'm like, so if you always do this, are you saying you're trying to always do this time out of times when you don't, which can happen in NetSpeak, or you always do this, so in every time it is the only option, right? And that requires clarification all the time. So I don't know if Japanese has the same deal, but it's quite interesting to think about.
今夜は食べるだけ、何も飲まない。
Okay.
私はブロッコリーだけが嫌い。
Yeah, like for this example, I only dislike broccoli. That to me suggests that there are other vegetables that you've considered, but you happen to only like, you only dislike broccoli, right? The other way to think about this is the thing that you dislike has to be broccoli. Like, I only dislike broccoli. Like, so it's an affirmative, basically. That's assuming then you may like the rest. So like you are more likely to like the rest. So you only dislike broccoli, meaning that everything else you like. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know if there's like a separate mechanic or a separate indicator of the converse is true situation. In NetSpeak, in English, you have to figure out what they mean. Like, oh, I'm only tired in the morning. Does that mean you're not tired outside of the morning? Or do you mean like you're only tired in the morning because it's the only thing you can confirm, and then the other parts of the day is like you're not saying anything about the other part of the day, which is kind of what this is saying. Dake to me is saying like, oh, you know, there's everything else is possible, but right now this is the thing. This is the thing that is true. Oftentimes in NetSpeak, people would say it as though it is the only thing they can confirm, but they are also inferring that the opposite is true. So like, oh, you know, someone say, oh, you know, I only dislike broccoli. So the way they're saying it is, oh, it's the only, vegetables are good. All vegetables are good, but I only dislike broccoli. So it's inferring that the opposite is true. Basically, the only problem you have is broccoli, and then everything else is fine, like Brussels sprouts and asparagus and, you know, all the other things that people may also dislike. So in NetSpeak is usually A and B, right? If it's A, if it's only A, then the rest of B is the opposite, which happens quite a lot. I think nowadays, though, it's kind of like being a little bit more common. Like if you say it's only A, that doesn't tell you anything about the rest. Like the rest is question mark. You don't know. But you're only saying what you know, and everything else is you don't know. Like you don't know about it, so you would ask about it. So when someone says you only dislike broccoli, I would ask, do you dislike or like other vegetables? And then they will respond with another NetSpeak ultimatum. They're like, oh yeah, I like the rest. And that's where you indicate, oh yeah, so they are referring that the opposite is true. It's not the greatest thing. It's kind of like saying, oh, I like all kinds of music. Right. And then when you ask, okay, so do you like rock music? And then the condition comes in. Like, well, then it's not all, it's some, and it keeps going. So for now, this is only, so it's only one case at the moment, which works pretty well with NetSpeak. When it becomes like everything or nothing at all, that's when it's going to get interesting, in my opinion. I don't know. Probably like Zen and stuff. Anyways, let's keep going.
あの人は有名なだけ。
Yeah, just famous. Yeah, that's a good one.
あの人は有名なだけ。
Yeah, and yume, and then we have a non-adjective, right? Here it is. Fame is all they have. That person is just famous, right? So this type of all, I don't know how well that holds up anymore. And I'm thinking about NetSpeak because when someone is learning Japanese and they happen to spend a lot of time net speaking, does this actually convey what this is saying up here? I don't actually know for sure. If I had to wager a guess, I like the way they talked about the basic meaning of, while there are other several possibilities, because that's kind of how I feel about the internalization of not just Japanese culture, but like Chinese culture and whatnot. You're weighing all the possibilities when you say this. You're not saying what this is saying in English NetSpeak. Fame is all they have, among other things, right? So they feel, they think, or that person right now has fame. But there are other possibilities. It just happens that the thing that they can confirm is the fame.
このスープは辛いだけ。
Yeah, this soup is just spicy. I have just is somewhat of a subtle trigger word. Whenever someone says like, it's just that simple. You just have to play more. You just do this. You just do that. Just avoid this. I think English, I don't know how, it's difficult to know how long ago this was written or edited, but just no longer means something of like 5 years ago. I think this word has changed dramatically now in English. So it's kind of, it will be interesting to hear when someone who speaks English and they're like on the younger side and they spend most of their time online, what do they mean when they read, this soup is just spicy? Like, for example, what I would think this soup is just spicy is that that person is expressing that they can confirm it is spicy, while other people may not think it's spicy. Right? There are other possibilities. It might not be spicy, or under other conditions or other people. When someone says this soup is just spicy, at least in my opinion, in NetSpeak, this is assertive. Right? They already said a lot with assertive, and in English, this is assertive. So they're telling you what is true. Like, this soup is just spicy, as in, it's not the soup is spicy, as in you think it's spicy. It's just spicy. So it's being used as an emphasis. And I don't know that's what this, I don't think that's what dake means in Japanese. So this can be kind of like misinterpreted in a way because of the way words like just, all, only has changed over the years. Will be interesting. Due to non-adjectives being able to be used as either a noun or an adjective, the meaning of a sentence. It could be it lacks other qualities like flavor. Yeah, all other possibilities. So it's weighing all the other possibilities. So you're supposed to think of it as, oh, like for the Japanese side of things. My impression is that when you say dake, it means that you're confirming something that you think is true. However, it also means it doesn't say anything about anything else. Like, it could lack things, it could have other things as well in the realm of possibilities. However, when someone is like speaking online, when they say often, I'm going to say 6 out of 10 times, like more than 50% of the time, when someone says this soup is just spicy, they literally mean that's the only quality it has. Like, that's the only quality that's important to them. and that's the only quality they want to focus on. So whenever you speak to them, it's like, well, you know, it could be sour too, and they're like, it's just spicy, man. Right? Or like, it's just not that deep. Like, it's literally famous. That's like the classic net speak that I think about. And then when people use just, it's just that simple. I would say 6 out of 10 times they mean it only has that quality, not that it can have any or lack or however any other possibilities. There are no other possibilities. It's always this. And that bleeds into behavioral responses too. Like when someone says, oh, this game is dog water. It's just dog water. And I'm like, well, okay. So you step back and you kind of walk away, or you either agree with him. And I don't think that's what dake means here. So often my brainstorming is, okay, so this is going to be used as the translational equivalence of this. And for me, I'm thinking it's not, which is great that they did mention this here. I think this sentence really does breathe a lot of life into it. The basic meaning of this word is that while there are or were several possibilities, only A is true or was chosen. I think that's really clever of them of saying that. I'm not sure how much they take their time on wording these, but it's quite, I like the wording here. Not that it will be very important to other people. Like it's not going to be clear if when you're reading this, the vast majority of people would see this, right? Or think of this. Okay, the meaning of a sentence will be different depending on whether dake is used with the noun form or the adjective form. Okay.
私の彼女は綺麗なだけです。
Interesting. Okay, so there is a distinction. Interesting. So when it's being used, this answers, I haven't read the whole thing, but this actually answers some of the questions. There is a flip on dake. Like this up here is different from down here. Interesting.
富士山は綺麗だけじゃない。
And then you negate it to suggest that there are other distinguishing features. Intriguing. My girlfriend is beauty is not all there is. But you're using a negation. But if you don't use a negation, it would be beauty is all there is versus just. Basically, this difference just highlights whether something is being discussed in a measurable way, an adjective, or an immeasurable way, a noun. I see. Huh. So, okay, so the noun, okay. The noun is immeasurable. If it's being used as a noun. I see. Yeah, it's kind of hard to. It almost feels like it's the opposite. But I kind of see it. Okay, so the just is still up here, right? It's still weighing a measurable way, and then the noun is immeasurable. So it's using the just. So both of these would be just. In net speak, both of these would be just. So as for Mount Fuji, beauty, you know, beauty is, oh, this is kind of hard to phrase actually. Now that I think about it, I can kind of see why they use that English. Now that I think about it, like beauty is all there is also just. So they do have a distinction, but just it's like for non-adjective. Here's this. So here's the noun, just like a straight up noun, right? And so this might be referring, this might also, it doesn't say anything about nouns versus adjectives versus a verb, like what it's implying. Is it implying measurability or immeasurability? That's a great way to think about it. The thing that I was ranting about was about measurability and immeasurability when it comes to like possibilities. I guess we're gonna end up having to fill out these things. Well, let me look at other examples. Right, only one person. Sore, yeah. Saka. I see. Right, watashi. And then this is adjective, adjective. So this would have elements of measurability. Makes sense for, okay. Right, how beautiful. And then Tadnai is special actually, so this is being used as only. Interesting. Okay, I kind of get a feel of it. Intriguing. I mean, a thing that would be really scary is actually translating these. I don't know if, how often people think about, you know, doing the reverse, but I feel like trying to translate these for a grammar text sounds like an incredibly underestimated difficult task. Anyways, all right, let's go. Dore, like which of three or more? So do they give us the example of two or less? Dore follows a noun, right? And dono precedes a noun. Yes. Okay, I'm on board with that. Noun plus wa plus dore, right? And then dore plus ga plus verb, sure, right? That's coming after, right? So it would be, we're talking about this position. Dore ga adjective, yes. Na, right? Na adjective plus dot, right? Because this can stand alone, right? And then noun, right? And then this needs to show its existence or establish the noun, which is very similar. Non-adjectives and nouns grouped together. And yes, you can pivot because of the nature of the verb. And then polite would be should... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The polite conjugation of the verb. And then they all normalize to des, including the adjective. In order to make it, I guess, this operates as a polite function, as opposed to like needing to function two different ways. Dore is from the same family, right? The osoado. These words are right. Unlike the other three, which all point to a specific thing, words starting with do are designed right to something of the unknown, and this is inquiring three or more objects, or three or more things.
どれが飛びますか?
Right?
どれが新しいですか?
Mm-hmm.
どれが綺麗ですか?
Mm-hmm.
どれが弟ですか?
So only okay, so dono is a separate point. So we're not doing dono until later. From these examples, wait, hold up. Oh, yeah, these are all after. The topic is already inferred here. We already have an inference of topic. From these examples, we can see that the particle ga is often used with dore, especially when preceding questions. However, when dore follows a noun, wa will be used. Yeah. Oh, but also interesting. Oh no. When it's following, yeah. When it's following, that's fine. Yeah.
あなたの車はどれ?
When there are only two choices to select between. Oh, right. Dochira. That's right. Yeah, and dochi. Plus no for the nominalizer or the noun. Will be used instead of dore. This is a habit that has become part of the language over time. It was not originally how these words were used. Yeah.
どちらのケーキを食べますか? どっちのテストが難しい?
Okay. That explains that. Honestly, I didn't think it was that straightforward when I was reading those Duolingo examples. Yeah, we're okay with these. So this is the remaining of the Kosoado family. Okay. And then doko. Okay, so we're doing the doko, which would line up with the dore. Okay.
明日はどこに行く?
Mm-hmm.
牛乳はどこにありますか?
It doesn't have... it doesn't make note of a potential particle switch at all, so that's interesting. So I'm likely to think that it is not a thing yet, or it could be a thing. So like wa and ni instead of e, right? So like ni versus e, and then wa versus ga. So the idea is that's what I'm gonna settle on until any other situation comes up. Ashin doko should not be confused with dochi. A similar word which is also sometimes translated as where. Dochi focuses more on the direction, that is yes. So that's probably where they would save the e. The e to ni contrast, possibly. Focus more on the direction that one is or going, where a doko focus purely on which place. So since doko focuses on which place, ni would be more frequent. So there is a chance you can probably still make a comment about dochi with e as opposed to dochi ni. We'll see. I mean, sometime down the line. And then we still have the osoado of those. Dono. Okay, they did manage to include in the group. I'm curious if they blocked the groups based on probably. Still kind of curious. Which of the three or more, like what kind? Yeah, right. It precedes a noun. Right. A demonstrative. Wait, like what type of demonstrative? Oh, that's a comma. Never mind. Yeah, this acts more like a demonstrative. Dore follows a noun. So dono is classified as a pre-noun adjectival in Japanese. There are a special type of word that do not conjugate, which means I need to keep track of that. Which means that they will always appear in the same form. Dono comes from the same family of words as the right. So, okay.
どの飲み物がいい?
Mm-hmm.
どの色でもいいよ.
Literally even any of whichever color. Yeah, whichever color is good. Oh yeah, and then there's mo. So demo even any of. I can see why they wrote even any. Although I think whichever color is good is. That's how I would read this. I get the even any, trying to accommodate the demo. In these examples, we can see that dono may be used to ask a question, or it may also be used in a similar way to whatever or whichever in English. Yeah. Caution, dono is only used when there are three or more possible, and then dochi no, or dochira, dochira no. I don't know how often I've seen dochira. Will be used when there are only two possible choices, right? So, aka ka ao, dochi ga ii? Dono iro ga suki? In the first example, the speaker is asking specifically about two options, red or blue, so dochi will be used. However, in the second example, since the answer could be any color, dono will be. Okay, alright. Well, today we got form changing things for the most part. Oh wait, just kidding. Oh yeah.
行くな
So that's kind of a nice respite, I suppose. Ah.
一人だけです.
So right now, restrictive. So they're using the word restrictive. Probably the other word would be non-exhaustive. Or no, exhaustive. It would be probably like exhaustive versus restrictive. Or saying something that's measurable and immeasurable. So restrictive would be something immeasurable, like sort of, because it's specifically saying this is the only thing, right? And then when it's exhaustive or potentially measurable, it would be just, is what they're using. And my rant already suggests to me that these are no longer distinctions in English NetSpeak. It is difficult to distinguish which one they mean anymore because they're synonymous with each other. So you have to learn by context what it is. So only and just, for me, still sounds like the way they discussed it. So when you say just, it means there are other possibilities. And when you say only, it's affirmatively confirming something that is lacking, like there's no other quality other than that. In NetSpeak, only and just are synonymous. They include all the use cases, so they no longer distinguish from each other. Kind of like literally. Literally is both literally and figuratively. And that makes, in my opinion, that makes a really... It makes it quite interesting how you would be able to use English to communicate what another language means simply by words, like translations. Like only one person would suggest to me this immediately. I didn't have to look at restrictive. However, if someone else read this, there isn't just that possibility. So I see only one person as only one person. However, another person may see it as just one person. So then it could be like, whatever, it's dake. It still gets you the right answer. And I mean, like, this stuff is not technically mechanically important in a way, so to speak. Like, if you're concerned, if you're specifically just concerned about getting the right answer, which a lot of people study languages for that reason, because output is diminished and they don't get reward from output most of the time. It's more like the input. It's just a means to an end, as opposed to it's the only means to an end, right? Although some people would say it's the only means to an end, as opposed to it's just a means to an end. It's so interesting now. I think I have a new layer of English to mess around with. The contrast between only and just. When someone says, this is just the way I learn Japanese, they actually, in English, 60% of the time or more, they mean it's the only way I learn Japanese. Not just the way I learn Japanese. Just would imply that this person is open to other suggestions and other things. Right now, this happens to be the way they're doing it, but they are open to it. When they say, I only learn Japanese this way, it's supposed to be somewhat immeasurable. As in, like, okay, well, that's really strong, that's good, alright, good for you. Good luck. Situation. Now it means both. So, whenever it says, oh, that's just the way I learn Japanese, and I'm like, okay. That I end there most of the time. Whenever someone like use a trigger word like just, only, always, never, I have to hedge my bets. Like ask them, have you considered other alternatives? When someone says, oh, this is just the way I am, it's like, have you considered that it might not be the only qualities you have? Or maybe, or I just suck at Japanese. Because have you noticed if you suck at other languages or you are better at other languages, right? Lacking an existing quality of other things, right? Fun times. I think learning Japanese in this way, to me, I would love to think that when someone is learning Japanese, it would allow them to reflect on their English, to ask themselves, how is English being used when you're talking online? And I can assure you, before I started learning English and Japanese in the context of translational methods, right? I have already had these suspicions about NetSpeak, and understanding these suspicions, like why is it important to understand these things? It makes communicating with specific groups of people far more efficacious, in my opinion. It allows you to, like, for lack of a more sinister word, it allows you to manipulate the situation and lead the situation if you require it. Like if you need to convey an idea, the idea is it's often more encouraged to convey it in the framework that the person you're talking to. So if someone's telling you that's just what I like, when they say that's just what I like, they don't necessarily, most of the time, they don't mean try to ask them and convince them that there are other things that they would like. They really generally often mean that it's the only thing they like and they don't kind of want to hear anything else. As in, they only like this thing. So depending on how hard you push that or how well you push that, and you're wondering, like, what in NetSpeak, when is it when they're more open to, when are they more open to other things? They would say, I like this, as opposed to, I just like this. So that's the new default. It's not the difference between I only like this, right? Oops. I only like this. Oh no. Like between these two, it's more like I like this. That means they have a possibility of liking something else that you can suggest. Or when they say I just like this, they really do mean only, for the most part. You can gamble though. There's still a possibility. Which and then
どれがいいですか?
どれがいいですか? Oh, James, have you watched the movie Rental Family? I just recently watched. Yesterday I made some time to watch Rental Family. It's a really wonderful thing that's related to this whole learning Japanese situation, and then cultural dissonance and cultural assimilation and exchange. So specifically American English culture, American Japanese culture. Pretty lovely movie that shows the interaction of a foreigner with Japanese culture, with a splash of a lot of modern life things. And I am a sucker for modern life. Rental Family really hits that modern life in the Japanese context through the lens of a foreigner. Although I don't feel like the stuff that they showed about the Japanese culture is foreign to someone who, or it's less foreign to someone who grew up in a Chinese household, because those things are very much real. It is nice to see them touch upon it through the lens, through different lenses.
どこに行きますか?
Right, because it's a specific place, and then
どの寿司屋がいいですか?
Okie dokie. Let's move on to our vocabulary. Now we're gonna go a bit quicker here. I really overextended yesterday. Kinda tired. Toru. Toru, not Toru. Toru. Toru is fine. Toru, record audio or video. Audio. Interesting. Hiru. Right. It's fine. And lunch. Yes. In lunch. Tsukeru. Tsukeru is fine. Right. Fuyu. Okay. Utau. 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 And then versus utau. Utau versus utau. Karaoke. Yeah. Okay. Okashi. Okay. America. America. Kutsu. Kutsu. Hajimaru. Hajimaru. Right? This is the intransitive start. So, 買い物、買い物。西、風、manner. Manner is a good flex for kaze. And then, yeah, there's the flex in the extra character in cold, or influenza, kaze. I actually think we have an entry for kaze already. For not win. I think that was an earlier entry. Yep. Shower, yeah, shower, shower o abimasu. Abiru. Right. Shower o abiru.
Shower o abiru.
A special phrase. They're connected together. Alright, butaniku. Butaniku. Aki. Yep. Yeah. Yasai. Yasai. Versus yasai. Which is a good one because yasai is actually I would have to double check. Yasai is cheap. Yasai is vegetable. Oh, I think they might actually both be yasai. Let's find out because I'm that would be an interesting thing that I have not considered. Oh no, sorry, yasui. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else. How many there's another yasai. Oh no, I'm thinking about yasui. Actually, hold up. Is yasui Odaka? There are multiple yasuis, but let's look at this one is what I'm thinking. Oh, okay. This is, yeah, a Nakadaka. What about this one? That's Nakadaka as well. Anyways. Imi. Great. Meaning, significance. I use it quite a lot. Abunai. As opposed to what do they keep using? Kiken. And then Nichiyobi. Alright. Here we go. Oh, right off the bat. Record.
ビデオを撮る。
今日のお昼は何?
Nice. Even the ohiru for the abbreviation.
クーラーをつける。
Cooler. Really? Huh.
私は冬が大好きです。
It doesn't help that whenever I hear cooler, I think of like box. I don't think of it AC. So that's interesting. I mean, you know, as opposed to aircon, right? Yeah, aircon. Interesting. Cooler. Oops. I missed the
歌を歌う。
歌を歌う。
友達とカラオケに行く。
Okay. Oh. Wait, candy. Oh, right.
お菓子を食べてもいい?
Immediately when I was like, ame? Ne?
彼女はアメリカ出身だ。
靴を履く。
Okay.
テレビが始まる。
shopping. Which one was... Which one was considered shopping? How can you contextualize? Oh.
車で買い物に行く。
西の方へ行く。
風が弱い。
Oh no. Wait. I don't know how to spell. Just like that. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I must type O
朝にシャワーを浴びる。
as opposed to abiru.
私は豚肉が大好きだ。
今は秋です。
馬は野菜を食べます。
この文の意味がわかりません。
この地域は危ないです。
地域。
明日は日曜日です。
Alright. Hooray. Alright. Try to keep this on the short side. 137. That's kind of on the high side. Alright. Grammar time. Oh, using ask. Yeah, kiku for ask. Okay, hold up. So we're gonna use... Oh, it's standard though. Does that mean we're doing... I don't... Do I need to, like, can I use... Does that mean the quotation is standard? Oh, wait. Oh, it doesn't take the other one? Okay, okay. Because of, like, writing formalities and stuff. Fair enough. Okie dokie.
Rock を時々聞く。ロックを時々聞きます。
That was yesterday. Polite? I thought that was okay. Oh, no, wait. I guess no? Oh, no, wait. What? I don't need a...
それは昨日でした。
let me think about this. Subject mark. Oh, right, because we're conjugating da and this. Oh, that's doing the pronoun thing or the inference thing. Negative past standard.
"私の犬は強くなかったです。
猫はかわいい。猫はかわいいです。
私の家が
私の家が好きですか？
Sure. 公園で遊ぶ went. Oh. Oh no. Wait, who? Oh no, wrong ending. I don't know what the... Oh no. Oh no, wait, in order to... Oh, I didn't read the rest. To go in order to play. I went to play. So we're doing... standard. Past. Oh no. What is passive EQ? Or no. What's the passive No, it's IQ. So how do you IQ pass? It's a coup, right? It's not an exception. IQ is not an exception to pass. So then it would be like two verb. Ah, wait, do I need to? I don't think I need to conjugate. Oh no. Uh...
公園へ遊びに行った。
Oh, yeah, that's the note I wrote to myself a little bit ago about the E. So all of that is fine, and I needed to confirm if it was irregular or not. Iku was irregular in the past standard. Yoko ni iku objective feeling desho? No ga suki?
旅行に行くのが好きでしょ
Yeah. 行くのが好きでしょ? どこね? Non-pass standard. I think I need a... Nope. Wait, I don't... Wait.
It's
already a noun, I don't need to nominalize it. Different story.
Ye kairu.
What? It is not be. Oh. Oh.
牛肉じゃないです。
たくさん勉強。ね。Who started? Oh, okay, hold up. Oh no. How do I do the ending to this is from yesterday, right? Yesterday's thing was like I think you converted to oh no. Suru.
たくさん勉強した生徒
I forgot what this is called. What did they call this? It's like a relative clause or something? Yeah, a relative clause. Okay.
先生はおはようって言った。
彼は静かだ。彼は静かです。
Oh. Wait, I dislike. Oh, oops. Oh no, I was thinking of something else.
「嫌いな色はありません」
What?
メアリーは日本に帰った。メアリーは日本に帰りました。
晩ご飯が好きではなかった。
So they defaulted to Dewa. How do I differentiate between the two again? Why did they show? Oh, because they said standard. Oh no, wait, they both are fine. Oh, hold up. Oh, semi-polite. Okay. Interesting. So they prioritize that. Okay. Heck. Hold up. So are you irregular? Oh no. Wait. What? Edu is probably going to be right. So it. Oh, I added God. I don't need God. 寝ていません。
今、兄は寝ていません。
Alright. Can we get alright. Hmm. 170.
"あの寺の名前を教えてください。
あなたは野菜が嫌いですか？
私たちは小さいアパートから一軒家へ引っ越しました。
先生、暑いからこまめに飲み物を飲みましょ
Hmm.
ご飯を食べたいです。
Greenery? Midori?
う。ここには緑がたくさんある。
ピアノを習う。
私は大学を卒業した後に海外へ行くつもりだ。
海外、つもりだ。
大きな台所があるアパートに引っ越しをする。
この教室は広い。
あなたの町より私の町を、片方片方方方が進行が多い。
あなたが着ている洋服のブランドを教えてください。
薬を飲んだので熱が下がりました。
この冬は北海道に行きます。
僕はお風呂の掃除をするのが嫌いです。
この電気は壊れているんです。
すべての色の中でどれが一番好きですか？
このベッドは古いです。
この鉛筆は赤色です。
What the deep? Oh no, it's just like they're using like 太い yeah?
私の父の声はとても太い。
太い yeah, very deep, cool. Okay. かわいい財布を買う
かわいい財布を買う。
科学が全くわからない。
からない。
ここは建物の外だ。
ケイスケ、あのおじさんは誰？大輝。僕のおじだよ。
おじ。
彼は強いです。
果物の収穫が終わってから友達とクラブに行く予定だ。
急いでそこに行きます。
急いで。Oh no. What constitutes distance? Maybe like 遠い親戚遠い親戚とは親族の上組織そう funeral interesting 組織の時しかません。Something I missed there for now.
たくさんのカフェがある山は登山客に人気です。
私はここの国では外国人だ。
Oops.
体重計に乗るのが嫌いです。
行きの新幹線は、2番線ホームです。Fair enough. Open. What type of open are we talking about? 開く。
壁に穴が開く。
私の社員の番号は8765だ。
Man, I was right. That number though.
家に冷蔵庫が2台ある。
もう閉園の時間なので出口に向かった方がいい。
彼は今週引っ越します。
Okay, so now it's kinda not that loud. Before, during the review, fine. Oh, you can't alter it as you're going. Okay, that's fine. It's a different easy.
簡単な課題より難しい課題の方がやりがいがある。
Whoops. Okay. Hold up. Still have. Oh. I'm
コ
out
ー
of
チが
here.
選手に、君にはまだチャンスがある。
Okay. Do. Hold up. 家族やパートナーのやりたくない仕事も
家族やパートナーのためやりたくない仕事もするつもりだ。
Okay, here you go. Just はい。
そのペン使ってもいい？うん。はい、どうぞ。
どうぞ。Fair enough.
僕の誕生日と父の誕生日は同じ日です。
Absolutely no way. all I can think about is like mochiron something like that. Absolutely no way. So something that probably conjugates, or since this is a negative. Absolutely. Driving. Front, 食べられない。I have no idea. Absolutely no way. No. Hold up. How about just kidding. Gee. I have no idea. An intensifier. I don't know if an intensifier works. Maybe like I'm thinking Amari, but I don't know. So interesting. So Totemo was the thing, but I was thinking more Amari. Interesting. Oh, there, Jazz. I was supposed to stick with that intensifier.
僕はこの会社の社長の秘書だ。
Make friends.
友達を作りたい。
Intriguing. I didn't take it to be literal, but or like I didn't think it was tsukuru or to make friends. More like a maybe like something special.
このタクシーはどこの会社のですか？
あなたにとって日本語の勉強は難しいですか？
この遊園地が開くのは午前9時で、閉まるのは午後10時だ。
この動物園にはたくさんの動物がいます。
子供、下がスケスケの橋を渡るのは怖いよ。
下がスケスケ What the heck is スケスケ Oh, interesting. Hmm.
今年の夏休みは長いです。
友達に、私の消しゴムを勝手に使わないでください。
明日は学校です。
動物園でパンダの親子を観察する。
Oops.
私は海よりプールの方が好きです。プールは波がないからです。
I immediately thought komida. Komida kind of sounds like a Japanese word, but comida in Spanish. And now I'm stuck on komida.
私の好きな食べ物はうどんです。
私は日本へ観光をしに行くつもりです。
文法を学ぶ。
パソコンを買う。
僕は女の人が苦手だ。
良い大学へ行きたいので勉強を頑張ります。
Mixing up words is funny when you're multilingual, yeah. Whenever I think about food, I think of komida. Like I actually don't. Do I use food? When I think of food, I think of rice. Because well, it's not because of Japanese, but gohan is food as well. But in Chinese, it's rice. So like it's the same word for rice. So boong is food. So oftentimes whenever the English word food comes up, I think of rice, or I think of comida, which is Spanish for food, because I immediately think of comer as opposed to eat. Eat is such a weird word. And then it's second to taberu. But sit is closer to Cantonese because of Fujianese accent, or like the Fujianese dialect. So eating is really weird. I think I've said eat arguably potentially less in English than eating in other languages. Funny thought, huh? Maybe we associate some things with certain language over other languages. It's large for me. It's quite largely due to frequency. It can be explained fairly well to frequency. I was trying to think of another example. I can't think of another example. Food is very important, so food is incredibly universal. It might even be more emphasized than my American upbringing, right? Born in the United States, food can sometimes be secondary, and then Chinese household, food is central. It's central culturally. And then like Spanish, whenever I interact with Spanish, it deals with food occasions. Wait. But you can think of another word we use, particularly as speaking about money. Another word, particularly for speaking about money. Something. I mean, my salary is low. We're not going with cheap, that's for sure. My salary is low. Looking for an adjective? Low. Ay, ay, ay. Hmm. Food means differently in different places. Yeah, that's like saying everyone thinks differently. Cliche terminating. You know someone from Pakistan that they tell me that it's a big deal to know not only how to cook, but how to cook very well. Fair enough. That first statement's a little weird. I mean, everything is everything. But the Pakistan example is pretty interesting. My salary is low. I mean, there's yeah, see?
私の給料は安い。
Wow. Okay. That's certainly not quite what I was thinking. Interesting. I ruled out Yasi because of what it is. So we went all the way back to Yasi. Dang. What the bad? The heck? Is bad. It's not that. You think that your tongue is not sensitive enough to know when a food is very good, so it's not good enough, but maybe they have strong tongues? If I had to say anything about taste buds, generally taste does not vary that substantially in like statistically. Obviously you can like environmentally destroy your taste buds and stuff, but I don't necessarily think that the vast majority of people vary in sensitivity that much. I think that is usually the general consensus. The number of super tasters in the world, like biologically, is far less than the average person. So I'm pretty sure it's more of a matter of taste. Like whether someone has a strong tongue or not. Typically super tasters don't have excellent quote unquote taste in like goodness. Super tasters can taste a lot of different things, but as taste goes up, like a superhero, yeah, it's the term that they use. It's like the vernacular or the colloquial. I'm not sure if they changed it. Super tasters is not neither good or a bad thing, because a lot of times super tasters also do not taste a lot of things. Like they don't have an appreciation for a lot of things because of their sensitivity. So if you're saying that sensitivity correlates with the prospect of how good food is, that's usually not corollary. There's no it's not a correlation. Oftentimes super tasters tend to be picky, and that means that they know less about the diversity of food. And then the whole super taster thing is there are people who are representative of sensitive taste, but they are also statistically anomalous, as in like they have super tasting and they made it a profession. That is very rare. So oftentimes people who have more sensitive taste, they tend to have less foods. So they would, in my opinion, behaviorally be more unlikely to have a sense of good taste in food because they would eat less of things, right? Like bitterness, sugar, or like sweetness, sourness, and whatnot. It's not entirely clear that they would be correlating. So if you have null taste, that might, like, if you have less sensitive taste, that also means that you might like spicy foods. A super taster may not like spicy foods or appreciate spicy foods because of their sensitivity. That kind of thing. Give or take. So, in fact, I would probably say, unless you're saying strong tongues as in they're tolerant, I would say, like, for example, Pakistani, or maybe like Sichuan, right? Sichuan region of China, you might call them strong tongues, but they might actually have the opposite. They're very tolerant to, so they have less sensitive taste and therefore have a richer depth in food. It's kind of an interesting theory. I'm actually kind of curious how much converging evidence there is. Like, the lack of taste often results in behavior that wants to elicit taste. Kind of calls for a balance. You don't have to want to sense everything. You like to sense enough to enjoy life. Exactly. So what's good and what's not very good is the sense of enjoying life, right? And here's one that would be really, I'll give you a biological example. A biological example of how sensitivity makes one not enjoy something. Cilantro. I absolutely love cilantro. But it's not because I'm a super taster or like I have an elegant, refined palate. It's because this doesn't taste like soap. And for a person who's sensitive to that compound, like they have better tongues, if they have super taster, it would taste like soap. But cilantro has other properties that taste really nice and fragrant and floral, but most people, like people who are sensitive to the compound that's in cilantro, they would not eat cilantro. That would be a great example. So yeah, you take what you have. The thing that I would like to say is, as opposed to desire, there are enough in the world that makes you feel like you're very good with food, then the likelihood that you're not good with food, which is great, because on average, the person can spend, an average person, or even a super taster, can spend their entire lifetime experiencing food, and it would be enough for a lifetime. And that is kind of like really nice to think about. It's like a poetic thing to think about. So whether you're good with food or not good with food, biologically speaking, and like maybe serendipitously, hopefully, like when you have access, when you have accessibility to food, you can spend a lifetime experiencing food. Even if you have a poorly developed, maybe slightly unlucky palate, it's good, at least in my opinion, it's very romantic and possibly a little naive to assure other people that there's enough food in the world, like in a way, culinarily, like culinary arts, that you can spend a lifetime doing it. So you're not really, quote unquote, missing out in a way. At least that's how I want people to think about what I'm saying. Statistically, yes, being average and above will give you a lifetime of enjoying food. It might not be the same food as other people who think it's fancier, or like people vary, right? Like you said, food means differently in different places. That's also a consequence of their ability to taste specific things and intensities and whatnot. The neat thing is, yeah, go spend your entire life exploring food and you'll still be able to have a sense of enjoyment in life, because it doesn't really end with that single meal that you eat that you try to keep consistent each day. But you can choose to do that, obviously. It's interesting. In my background, the place in the United States where I grow up, they are like Irish and Germanish, and I'm not suggesting that this is true for everything, but typically the palate for like Irish and Germanish diets like go towards a particular direction, and then for me in the household it's like a night and day. So oftentimes being exposed to the thing is kind of what makes food so interesting. Food is a visceral experience, so when you explore something unknown to you, it can often feel like you lack taste, right? You lack understanding of something. But generally speaking, it's a human experience. You genuinely, psychologically will feel like you're out of your depth or you're lacking in taste when you have a lack of experience. And the nice thing about life is it's no short on experiences, and that certainly includes eating things. Yeah, you like the idea of abundance, not as an invite to consume a lot, but as, yeah, a reminder that there's a lot of things in the world to find. Exactly. The last thing you want to, at least, I'm not saying you feel this way, but at least the thing is, I don't like to encourage people to sit there and phrase in a way that their potential for enjoyment is limited, right? And that's not how we roll. Well, at least that's not how I roll. So when someone ever says like, oh, well, I can't appreciate this because I'm just like this. We were just talking about the word just today in Japanese. I'm like, nah, you got plenty of abilities and potential to enjoy the rest of life. Don't write yourself out yet, especially food. I'm double down in culture when it comes to food. So if someone says like, I like plain bread, well, there's a lot of bread in the world, mister. Let's go try them out. Like, I like non-sugary, non-bitter, balanced things. Well, there are a lot of ways to balance food. Let's go and find them out. I kid you not, I actually had this discussion with someone who their favorite thing to eat is like plain cardboard. Like their preference is straight up cardboard. Like salt and pepper is too seasoning is too dramatic for this person. But slowly and surely there are things that they found that are enjoyable despite being incredibly restrictive. This person cannot handle the idea of something that's wet and saucy. He's such a goober. Perhaps in another 10 years we'll revisit his aversion to juicy things. Like wet things. Wet things are not a thing. I think if I were to be in his shoes, he would prefer to eat like stale, white, unseasoned, like yeast-living bread than eating like garlic bread. He's still enjoying it though. Like it took a while. I was conversing with this person for some time. It's you keep asking the person like, hey, if you're going to the grocery store and you're buying your own groceries, get excited. Pick something. At least pick like one wild card while you're still munching on your 100% whole wheat bread, just plain whole wheat bread as your major source of starch. Maybe we as people can find a way to make anything delicious. I mean, hear me out, Jazz. Like, not only do we think that we as people can find a way to make anything delicious, one of the things about technology, science, right? Science technology is, I know you're not resonating with this particularly, but when it comes to convenience foods like the United States, for example, not only did people find a way to make anything delicious, one of the craziest outcomes of the modern age of convenience foods is that the foods have become hyper palatable. So like that hyper processing, not only did food become made like anything delicious, science and technology has made it to the point where it's actually detrimental for hyperconsumption of foods that aren't delicious at first, but now they're made delicious. Like think about the nature of hyper processed foods. You're taking and maximizing ingredients that are not that great, right? You know, you keep thinking like, can we make anything delicious? Well, in technology, when it comes to food, humans are able to make things that are not good for you delicious, right? Like that frozen patty that comes from like that have like 60 different, you know, preservatives or gone through freeze thaw cycles and mince and stuff, it is still delicious. And that's kind of one of the craziest things about humans, right? Where there's a will, there's a way in some shape or form. Obviously, we need to strike the balance between things. It's interesting to think about it this way. Imagine if food is slightly not delicious. And what are those things? Oh, that's right. They're healthy foods. Balance, right? There's the balance. So, we're living in a modern age of hyper palatable foods versus like high quality foods. So like the difference between high quality food, oftentimes this is a stereotype or generalization, the high quality foods are things that are not as hyper palatable as hyper palatable foods, which is highly processed. However, there's a use case for those. High quality foods, like, I don't know, you can use buzzwords like organic and natural. They have accessibility problems. So like really quote unquote delicious foods are more like really balanced foods because they take time to grow and meticulous things and whatnot. But technology has made it so that even in worse situations, poor situations, and like cost situations or quality, like ingredients that aren't that great, there are ways to make it delicious, right? And hyper processed foods is a great example. People not only have found ways to make anything delicious, I think they nearly overcompensated by, like, at this point in certain countries like the United States have gone so far in the other end that a balance of the food's qualities, like being slightly not delicious and whatnot, the hyper palatability of convenience foods have made it so that now everything has to be incredibly delicious all the time, which is interesting because if you think about certain things that aren't necessarily delicious, they're often a balance of things, right? Like bitterness with your saltiness, sourness with your sweetness. That's not strictly delicious. It's like if it was strictly delicious, a lot of times the unit for flavor, like the unit for like this is like giving a unit to flavors. Yeah, the extent would be something incredibly hyperpalatable. Hyperpalatable would mean that it is incredibly sugary, it's incredibly fatty, right? These are like elements of biological deliciousness, but it's also often balanced out by other sensory tastes that wouldn't necessarily be biologically coordinated with being delicious. And that's kind of, I'm using a more biological perspective on this. Something that's high in calorie and calorie dense would be a biological reason for it to be delicious, because we're meat bags that burn calories. However, now we've come to psychologically appreciate things that are sour, bitter, and so on. And there are rhymes and reasons for this. Like, for example, umami, which is like that savoriness that the Japanese, I forgot the person's name, that isolated, which then became MSG. I think the company is still around. Akimoto, ne? Maybe. It's something like that. They still make MSG, and that essence occurs in the food we prep. So like, for example, when you sear a steak, right, and creates the Maillard effect, which is what people funnily drop all the time, that's actually creating that MSG. The reaction with heat and grilling at a high temp to sear it to create like that browning effect. That browning effect is generating a byproduct, or quote unquote a reaction, and it generates glutamate, or various versions of glutamic acid and glutamate in the meat. That's what, and then you can distill that, and then you can toss MSG on a piece of bread, and it became the plain bread could be savory. So interesting. All right, I watch a lot of food science. It's food right now is like some science, some artwork. Art forms are nice and enjoyable. Anyways, I still don't know which bad they're referring to here. How about we're gonna go with悪い。
医者、体調はどうですか？患者、悪いです。
What are you up to lately,
熱があり
Jazz?
ます。
What have you been up to? Have you been exploring food? It's been a while since I've gone out to social eat. I miss it.
父の書斎にはいつも灰皿とお酒が置いてある。
Oops. What?
電車の中では大きな声で話をしてはいけない。
Oh no.
昨日の誕生日パーティーには結構人が来ました。
明日、僕はディズニーシーで楽しむつもりだ。
You kinda injured your foot on New Year Day when you were getting your steps in, so just getting used to the crutches lifestyle for the time being. What? You injured your foot? Whoa. With crutches? Oh, get well soon. You kinda injured? What kinda? Okay, hear me out. What kind of kinda injury would need someone would cause crutches? That doesn't sound like any kind of injury. That sounds fairly serious. Hopefully everything is alright. You didn't break anything or something like that, right? I've injured my foot couple times here and there in my life, but like for me, here's a relative, just to get like on the same page here. I don't think I've ever held crutches before. So like that sounds like like relatively speaking, that sounds like anecdotally a very, not just a kind of injury. You sound like you're used to this. Have you been injured like this before? I don't think I've ever used crutches before. Hopefully it's not too serious. Turned out it was a fracture. Oh, so you actually fractured something. It didn't feel like it though. Either way, you're letting the foot heal in the cast. Okay, so yeah, for myself, man, that is quite an injury. How long? Okay, New Year's Day, so you got 2 weeks in. How long are you gonna be in that cast, Jazz? Oh no, it's a different type of polite and kind. Which other kind? We got Shinsetsu.
彼女はとても親切なので、私は彼女のことが
Yeah,
好
it's
き
a
だ。
notch too. I need a knowledge tip there.
あなたはサッカーをプレーできますか？
How'd you manage to fracture it? Do you have brittle bones, Jazz? I don't know if that's a thing. I often feel like when people describe how they get their fracture, they certainly range substantially. From today, you'll return to the doctor in about a month. Okay. Yeah, I do not have a lot of experience with knowing like what, like fractures, like how long or what's normal or average. I imagine when I turn 60 or 70, perhaps if I'm a little still like a frivolous or something, I might experience something related to my bones. At the moment, I've done some questionable activities in my life, but fairly fortuitous that I have not broken anything yet. At the end.
走るのは疲れるから好きじゃない。
Oh, so this is your first time. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you'll have to give me a hot take on how what's your first time, how after the experience when you recover and all that.
上司がこの髪は環境に優しいと言っていた。
What is it like so far? Like how have you managed with your last 2 weeks? Like it's hear me out. I have read a lot of behavioral studies that deal with like the aftermath of your first injury, your like the psychosomatic part of it, the yips, right? Like sometimes you get the yips. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this term, but it has like performance anxiety. So the first time you like injure yourself really like crucially in a way that limits one's motion, and then when it comes off, right, you might start to feel like concerns, right? Concerns for walking. Like I have had injuries, but not like a bone injury. Like for example, there was a time when I started earlier when I started running, I developed like shin splints, and each time I go out each day, that first couple minutes I'm always concerned, like, is this going to be painful, right? Like, so why do I feel this pain? So you have like performance anxieties where like, well, it might not be that because your bones are not ready or your body is not ready, but your mental mind is like, oh man, but I could injure myself again, or like it could get worse. That situation. That's always something on my mind when I'm thinking about people being injured for the first time or getting sick for the first time. The first time you get food poisoning, ooh, that is a discussion topic right there. To tie it back to the first comment about when we were talking about food. We were talking about food in a celebratory and a discovery way. Boy howdy, I can tell you. If someone is like exploring food and they're like kind of skittish about food and their like first couple experiences and one of them is food poisoning, yeah, they're not gonna, it takes like maybe years to recover from that feeling that whatever the next thing you eat might give you food poisoning. I'm not sure how broken bones will affect like how often bones affect other people. I always felt like when a part recovers, you're like, do you bounce back or do you feel more fragile than ever? You know, the common idiom is like, oh, if you fracture a bone, it'll heal back and be stronger than before, right? That situation, I don't know how true that is. Your mind might get stronger than before, and your tolerance might be. But I'm not sure about the literal nature of like your bones or like your muscles, like tearing your muscle, right? That can arguably be also causing performance anxiety. I'm thinking more from like an athletic standpoint. Not that I'm an athlete, but injuries like bone injuries and muscle injuries are often collected from athletes because they are more prone to encounter these things. Unlike myself, I did some crazy things or things that would likely increase my rate of injury, but I didn't do them long enough to encounter those injuries. When the injury happened in the early morning, the only thing you were thinking about was blood related. Oh, okay, because you felt lightheaded and you only get lightheaded when there's a low blood. Ah, I see. So when you limped your way back home, you never thought about your foot bones. That adrenaline. Yeah. Yeah. It's nice to know that you didn't go into any form of shock or anything like that too. Yeah, the blood thing is really interesting. How the body responds. When you break something, you don't necessarily process it yet. Like, you know how I don't know how, you know how movies sometimes like people break something and it's like immediate. A lot of times actually, obviously this isn't medical advice or like actual experience, but it is more often than not that when you like see your hand, like your arm just pointing in the other direction, oftentimes your body has a great response in keeping you moving until afterwards. So like the whole adrenaline fight or flight response is really powerful, especially when you're playing a sport or something. Or like, oh yeah, you know, we're just finishing the match. Meanwhile, this person has like 4 broken ribs or something like that. Crazy. Our body's weird.
先月は週に3回ほどこの喫茶店に通いました。
It's good that you were able to limp back home. Kind of aggressive. Way to go. Usually the shock comes after. Like from blood loss would be the shock, and then the pain sets back in from all the broken. The pain starts flooding back in. Oh, hours.
客寄せ。誰か私たちのお店に来ませんか？
You do anything with your cast?
あなたは飛行機が好き？
Oops. It's speak Japanese.
日本語を話す。
時間がないので映画を半分だけ見ましょ
What color is your cast? No, that's not it. Drawing a blank on slow. Oh no. No, that's not it too. What it was. Mind block! Wait. I had the mind block yesterday too. So what was I thinking yesterday to unblock it? It's not coming unblocked. Oh, okay. It's
僕はメールの返信が遅い人が嫌いだ。
I kept thinking Hosoi, and so Hosoi. So it was a sprain, right? And sprains sometimes result in a bulge, and the bulge was the only thing that was apparent. That's why you thought about veins or muscles instead of bones. I see. Plus, the me never breaking a bone fits your thought process as well. The cast is just normal white. You just leave it be. No shenanigans, huh? You could do like a whole video series of chronicling your first cast experience. This is your first cast experience, Jazz. Are you too old for this? You're like, nah, I'm just over it.
う。僕は歯医者や医者に行くことが嫌いだ。
Technically, it's a first.
あなたは週に何回くらいカフェに行きますか？
私は自分が子供を産むまで子供が好きじゃなかった。
People make videos about their first cast? I don't know. I'm making stuff up as I'm going. But what do you know, nowadays, what do people not make a video of? I'm just saying, like, if you had to ask a question, I think it's more likely that someone has made a video of something than not a video of something. At least I'm being facetious, obviously. It's not the case, but
父はコーヒーが好きだ。
it makes you feel that way, especially when you spend most of your time, you know, I spend most of my time online. So nowadays, you're kind of wondering, what don't they make a video of? Like collectively as people, collectively as humans. Not any particular one person on average, but as a collective. Sweet? Oh, I forgot the E.
甘いものが食べたい。
あなたの好きな花は何ですか？
If no one has made a video of their first cast, you could be the first, Jazz. You could be the trendsetter. You think for you, you just want to experience it fully and see your own thought process as you go through this thing? Like, be there for yourself sort of thing? Okay. Well, provided that you also have a support system in case you need to get somewhere, right? You're not soloing this in the sense of literally soloing it, are you? You got some backup, yes?
外がムシムシしているので窓を閉めましょ
Or you'd be like the guy like, no, I don't need any help. Like, but how are you gonna drive with a cast on? Or I don't know if you drive or do things like that, but
この絵は彼のものです。
父の手作りのピザを食べたいです。
and before you just say, nah, that's what quote unquote Amazon's for. Ain't got time to drive to places. We just bring the stuff to me. Do you? You know?
先輩と話すときは尊敬語を使わなくてはならない。
部屋がとても明るい。
僕はイギリスから来た留学生です。
Yeah, see, I immediately think trabajad. Whenever I see work, I just think of trabajad or trabajo. That's wait, what is work? Oh, shigoto.
私は仕事をしていない。
Okay. Don't get me started on casa. Casa? Casa. Casa is umbrella, but casa is house. But house is not house, it's ie or uchi. A place, basho? Oh, that
コ
place.
ップをテーブルの上に置く。
Yeah, I'm placing something on the table. A cup.
友達にペンを返す。
彼女に初めて会う。
最近晴れの日が多いです。
Oh, that's a different type. My boyfriend's attitude is cold. No, you wouldn't be able to use that for physical objects? Really?
彼氏の態度が冷たいです。
You forgetting you can describe attitudes with sumetai. Huh.
私はあそこに住んでいる。
Incidentally, driving is the first thing you have to get used to once your cast is off. Okay. When you can walk again, you're not gonna walk fast right away. You'll take your time. Yeah. Yep. Patience, steady rehabilitation. Don't get caught up in the hustle culture. Like, what's the fastest way to rehabilitate during cast? Run a marathon? I'm kidding. Sometimes rushing recovery is a life lesson in its own nowadays. It's nice that you have a mellow, calm attitude about it. Yeah, you caught me. You like the hustle culture. I'm not sure if you're an athlete or not. Maybe that's what you were doing. Maybe you were on a skateboard doing some extreme bike, like X game level things, and then you got like you fell down on the ground or something. That's your thing. But oftentimes whenever I worry about injury or failure, any form of failure or setbacks, the first thing that your support system, at least people who are around you, I often wonder if people nowadays have support systems around them that would get the person to slow down, because usually the setback that's worse than the first setback is that you get set back because you try to hurry up again. That's like immediately injuring yourself even worse because you want to get back to where you were. And the idea of staying injury free or continuously trying to recover is that time you take slowly recovering, you can learn a lot about how to recover and take care of yourself. So in itself, slowing down isn't quote unquote a waste of time. You can learn a lot and appreciate a lot when you're slowing down. Like, for example, your injury that I usually think about in injury is confidence, right? Like in your head, like if you fail something, the first thing you do is not bounce back and rush into the next thing. So, like both mentally and physically, when you fail something or something is harmed, the first thing you do is to slow down and learn about that process of recovering. Not like rush it ahead and leaps and bounds and whatnot. I think that's a really common response often. Even like failing an exam, for example. If you fail an exam, the first thing you do is you leap into the second exam, like blitz into the second exam without consolidating what happened in the first exam. That's kind of like the analogous but less physical part of things. So it's good that you're gonna take it slowly and you're kind of like focusing on yourself sort of thing and taking it in. When the doctor looked at your x-ray, he looked at you with a goofy smile and he told me specifically that this recovery process will be a test of your patience. Okay. Both mental and physical injuries, I've been around for quite some time, and hopefully you have a great support system around, like people who are encouraging, allow, like you have like a, you know, a grounded mind of appreciating the moment. I kid you not, sometimes when people get injured, they come out of that injury transformed in a way, because it actually sometimes, if something doesn't get you to slow down, oftentimes your body is the thing that causes you to slow down. Your mind could race far faster than your body. So from time to time, I like this particular movie called Perfect Days, but nowadays the hustle culture is really intense. So whenever you watch like movies and stuff about people taking their time methodically each moment while recovering, injury can lead to those forced moments where you can appreciate moments like that. So perhaps this is your lifetime experience of testing your patience. I'm a very patient person, and not because I grew up with the understanding of patience. I actually, when I was young, I piled on things and went like, I described myself before. I was a candle burning at two ends. I was not only burning at two ends, I was in a volcano ready to erupt and then set on a spaceship into the sun. That's how fast I was burning. So my comments now in my age is not a sudden enlightenment that was void of this life lesson. The reason I say this now was for myself. Anecdotally, I also, maybe it's not a literal fracture or my body giving up in the same way, but my body did give up, like somewhere along the way. Like I fell asleep standing up one time, right? It's one of those things, like I was working really hard sometimes and I would like lose 10 minutes in between places. Like eventually your body does it can be a limiting factor. So it's good that you're level-headed. I like your doctor's humor. Are you close with your doctor? Goofy smile, that's funny. Oh, bullet chain.
この新幹線はとても新しいです。
店のオーナーから私の仕事について嬉しい言葉をもらった。
あ、嬉しい。Interesting.
ジュースを飲む。
Gotta get some stickers for your cast, man. Wait, you know what? You could really like make your doctor's day by like having your cast like come in with some like obscure artifacts attached to it. Sorry. I'm just thinking of shenanigans you can pull. You know that story. Oops, that story.
あなたはその話を知っている？
あなたには大嫌いなものがありますか？
ここは母の部屋だ。
Hello there, Aqua. Hello again. Hello.
ここが私のアパートだ。
室内では靴を脱いでください。
Warms up. And you really do like Atsukunaru? Oh, wait, yeah, actually. Oh, are they doing like. Oh, warm up and then. Okay, yeah. I thought that. Oops, I missed one.
体が温かくなる。
First time you've seen that doctor, but he seems like he's got enough experience to tell the sort of person a patient is just from the injury alone. I can imagine. Yeah. You're secretly surprised that the doctor can tell that you're a hustler just based on your fracture. Would it be too bold? Did we have this discussion already? Did I talk about hustle culture and how I feel about the quality of life that people have that are caught up in the hustle? I think we've had this discussion before. It's probably one of the first topics we talked about. Yeah. Hustle culture is fantastic when it works. And then there's always time for not hustle culture. The balance of life. Life really brings different beauties and things, both in a hustling way and in a non-hustling. Maybe last year or so, not sure exactly about what though. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I remember what the topic that triggered the hustle culture. It's probably the internet hustle culture. Usually I branch off in internet hustle culture, but it would have to be a very specific topic that triggered it. And I don't remember what the context is. Yeah. I try to do my best to get people to breathe. The reason I tend to say that is because there's plenty of hustle culture. So it's kind of like there's plenty of sweet foods out there. You can go grab your Oreo cookies or your double fudge chocolate chip cookies. But hey, there are other things other than chocolate chip cookies. There's, cookies that taste like dirt. I'm kidding. I have no idea. Like a slightly bitter, salty cookie or something like that. It's nice to not go too hard on any one thing. The road? Dodo? Okay. Probably Michi.
試験会場への道を調べなくちゃ。
You remember one time you talked about a leaderboard system though? Oh, yes. Right. The leaderboard system. I like to think the leaderboard system probably had to do with a video game. I don't want to say it's P5X. It might have been Duolingo related. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty well, Aqua. Oh, which by the way, if it's not, I'm not talking with myself, but I stream simultaneously on YouTube and Twitch, and Jazz is talking about their first experience with a bone fracture. So we're kind of talking about that. So right now we've been chatting about that. How are you doing? How was what did you do between the last time we spoke? Which was yesterday.
新聞を読む。
説明が下手ですみません。
We're almost done with our Bunpro session, so then
こ
we
の
move
車
on
は
to
青だ。
HanziHero.
姉、弟にひらがなを教えなくちゃ。
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a crazy person. I usually let other people figure it out that I'm not talking to myself. It's usually pretty funny, but I figure this time I will go ahead of it. On the YouTube side, it's kind of humorous. Here's something funny that I observed. Whenever it's a Twitch person, right, versus a YouTube person, if the person that I stopped by, their first encounter with me was on YouTube, they would think that I'm talking to myself. Or it's very hard, and I'm not saying this is a bad or a good thing, because it's actually very hard to know if I'm talking to myself or I'm talking to another person. But on the Twitch side of things, it's automatically assumed a lot of times that there's some other person at the other end. And they usually ask immediately, "Oh, are you talking to someone on YouTube?" So I don't know why this is the case at the moment. There's not enough converging evidence, but this does occur. And yes, I do talk to myself a lot. So I have internal monologues with myself. So for the record, it would be difficult to know unless you are simultaneously on both the platforms at the same time to be certain. You didn't do much because you're a little sick? Oh, I hope you're getting well. Like, light sick? You made dinner and studied language today at least. Very nice, very nice. What do you have for dinner when you're sick? And hopefully it's like a, you know, a light cold and not something... Do you get sick often? That's what you thought too at first when a YouTuber was conversing with you? That there was someone else on the line? Yeah. It's really funny. I don't know if that's a behavioral response. Like Twitch often does give you the idea that it's very normal to be conversing with someone, right? And then on YouTube, it's usually post-edited stuff, so it's more like internal monologue. So there is some expectation when you're on different platforms, and that could be subconscious, right? Like you're so normalized to it. But I could say nearly 90% of people I meet on Twitch immediately assumes I'm talking to someone else. So they would go about it. Like the longest time I've ever had was, I think someone listened on and off for like 5 or 6 months. And because of someone asking, because someone was asking at the other end, it dawned on them that, wait a minute, you were talking to yourself the whole time. Or most of the times, like, yeah, I was talking to myself most of the time. Like, despite all of this saying, I don't actually talk to people very, very regularly. Like, 50% of the time when I'm talking, I'm actually recording myself practicing something. Like, practicing saying something or recording something. As opposed to actually have a dialogue with someone. But when it becomes really obvious is when I... someone already said this, but I like look. Like it makes it very clear, like the way my behavior is like I would be deliberately looking at something. So it's fairly clear if someone was like looking at the way I'm looking, I would be looking at something. But usually most people are listening for the most part, so you wouldn't be able to see it anyways. You're not sure? You've only used Twitch to find live streaming? You don't use YouTube to watch live streams? Yeah. When you're on Twitch, man. Just a cold, you think? That's good. You were sick a few months ago. You're used to it? Okay. You made breakfast for dinner? Ooh, what is breakfast for dinner where you're from, Aqua? So you said dinner. So I would imagine you're like plus or minus 3 hours. Or maybe minus 3 hours. Plus or minus 3 hours. Like within 3 hours max. Dinner. Breakfast for dinner. I miss breakfast for dinner. Okay, hear me out. I'm very old, Aqua. I'm not sure how old you are. I'm very old and I grew up in the United States. And I can tell you now, whenever I have to work after midnights, when I was a teenager, I worked after midnights. At 3 a.m., you just stop by a Denny's or like a dive or a diner, slap back like 3 slaps of pancakes, some hash browns, some scrambled eggs, and like a biscuit. Oof, that's breakfast or dinner. It's okay, I'm not like obese or overweight. It's just the idea is, you know, you work hard and then pancakes and eggs, solid. No sausage, huh? Oh, some maple sausage. I still like some days when here's a less hustle culturally thing. When someone says like, oh yeah, we're just driving around like 6 a.m., you know, 6 a.m. we have to get there. My first thought is, man, it's like 4 a.m. You want to just stop by a diner and grab like a Cinnabon next to like stop in an IHOP. It's like, dude, IHOP's so washed out, dude. Like, it's not even rich, you know. And my first thought is like, but it's charming. That's kind of the type of person I am. So usually most things in life aren't like too good for me or not. So whenever I think about breakfast and dinner, it's kind of like that, where when I think about like pancakes and eggs, I can already hear the keyboard warrior stopping by saying like, dude, pancakes and eggs, that's so like boomer Americana diabetes alert situation. And my first thought is like, yeah, but you don't know what the context of that pancakes and eggs. My association for pancakes and eggs or like dinner, like breakfast for dinner, is like, man, I'm either really tired, perhaps the person is ill or something. You just get something really hearty. You got a beverage with your pancakes and eggs? It's kind do you guys ever get this where when someone says do you ever assume when someone asks like, what did you eat, that excludes the beverage? I feel like I find myself asking that more and more often. Like, hey, what did you have for dinner? And then they would say what they ate specifically, but they don't talk about their beverage. Beverages are pretty good. You almost exclusively drink water? Oh, another exclusively drinking water person. There is another goober here that I met recently. Mika, like the last 2 or 3 months. Yeah, she's a exclusively water drinker too. I have my times. I use complimentary things. So like a slightly sweetened beverage with something salty, foods. A slightly salted beverage, like a soup. Like well, we're not talking about like just water itself beverage, but like soups as well. So I would have like a salty soup with like a sweetened meal. You like to start drinking tea more often? Interesting. Yeah. That's kind of my thought about beverages. You can elevate things as well with beverages. I know water is fantastic. Water is great. Water is fantastic. And at the same time, food, when you're eating for a meal, like when you're hydrating, oh yeah, water's king. Right? Know a bit about that. But there's a lot of wonderful. We were talking about Jazz and I was talking about food earlier. So one of the wonderful things about like liquids is that you can really amp up the experience. So I do enjoy like something sweet with my tea, and the sweetness of the thing that you're eating doesn't have to be that sweet because you're drinking tea. Tea, if you have unsweetened tea, the thing that you're eating that's sweet can be like barely sweet. Like you could eat bread and it would taste sweet because of the amylase in your saliva. It could start tasting sweet because you're having tea with it, something bitter. So it's really fun to contrast. Like I like my lemon, like some lemon flavored solution, maybe slightly sweetened, and then with something that is bitter and salty, and that transforms the thing. There are obviously cultural examples of this, right? That aren't exactly the healthiest thing, of course, but like beer and cheese, or wine and cheese, for example, cheese and bread, even slight things like salt on ice cream, right? Flaky salt on something sweet. So the sweetness thing can be less sweet if there's salt in it. Things become salty. Or here's one that is very interesting, and it requires two things. Sprinkle some slight salt on a watermelon. That is interesting. It was a wonderful thing. And then there's temperature as well. If your tea is hot and you're eating something that is slightly cooled, it creates like another sensation. And then we have crunchy, like textures as well. If your tea is a liquid, right, it's smooth, you can have something crunchy, or then something that's crunchy next to something that's kind of soft or chewy. Oh, there's so many ways to make your eating experience without having to change up like how expensive things is, right? Like for example, for eggs, my family typically have over easy eggs. So that's when you cook the egg enough, the egg white's enough, but the center is still runny, right? And then that runny is used to be mixed with your rice, and your rice is dry and is semi chewy, which is then placed next to broccoli, which is blanched. So it's crunchy and hard, right? Crunchy-ish, hard, and it's bitter. So in order to counter that, you can have a slightly sweetened beverage to complement the slightly bitter broccoli, and then the creamy egg yolk with the chewier rice, and then the hardened egg white. Pretty great balance of stuff without necessarily doing. And then you can use kosher salt right on top. Sprinkle a bit of kosher salt and you're good to go. You're from California. A lot of people like dipping their fries in their shakes. Oh yeah, fries and shakes. Like, it's not as widely popular over here on the East Coast, but I used to do that with like a Wendy's shake. and the dish that I described is what my family eats most of the time. Like some sort of hard, slightly largely unadulterated green. So broccoli would be a great one, which is really hard, crunchy, and it can be slightly bitter, right? When you blanch it, it's trying to like get the slight bitterness out, but the bitterness can be used to accent something else, so that you can, every time you take a broccoli, anything that's like sweet or even slightly sweetened tastes sweeter. So it's a great way to cut back. Like, it's another way to like really enjoy food without like putting like sweet on sweet, like tasteless on tasteless. Like, I often wondered why when someone thinks of broccoli, they think of a whole dish with vegetables, as opposed to like broccoli next to some dates, you know, like or a fig, which then the fig will taste sweeter next to the broccoli. So you have all these like different blends where I'm thinking of this Chinese like glutinous rice with warm fruits in them. So glutinous rice with warm fruits next to some vegetables, and then with a cup of tea. So then you kind of just, obviously I'm naming basically cultural staples in other places. Like for Chinese dim sum tends to have all these elements put together. You tried dipping fries in shakes too? It was alright. I think it's pretty interesting. I think the fries, it's a dependency on the fries. And the shake, I think overall my combination would be like a frosty shake. Not necessarily like the milky one, but yeah, I've done that quite a bit. My combination of hot and cold that I, as a Americana dish would be vanilla ice cream. I know vanilla is pretty generic, but vanilla ice cream on a apple crisp. And that apple crisp is like warm. It's like steaming. Steaming apple crisp. An apple crisp would be like an apple pie. Like a cut of an apple pie. So they take a scoop of ice cream, it's like right on top of an apple crisp. Classic diner food. Classic home food. So whenever like dessert rolls around, it'll be ice cream on top of something warm. We have warm and cold. This is sweet on sweet, hence the dessert. But I would say on top of this, it's not as popular, but instead of apple crisp, carrot cake. And it would be like the less sweetened carrot cake. So no icing on the carrot cake, just straight up carrot cake on a vanilla. That's a nice balance for me, as opposed to like sometimes apple crisp can be very sugary, right? So you're adding sugar on sugar, but the vanilla has a different contrast with the apple. Alternatively, you can take something that's a little bit more bitter, or like something less sweet, like a pumpkin pie or a carrot cake, and have vanilla ice cream. And you can slightly warm the pumpkin pie and the carrot cake. I'm describing kind of like the closest thing to some Chinese like confections combining. Oh man, egg tart. Here's like this is kind of slightly blasphemous because I'm like American Chinese. So you take an egg tart, like a piping hot egg tart from like a Chinese bakery, and then have chilled whipped cream. Either you get it from a bucket or like whip it yourself, chilled, and then place it on top of an egg tart. So the egg tart would look something like this, right? Hang on. Draw an egg tart. So egg tarts typically look like this, right? There's like crimped, and then this would be yellow in the middle, and then they would come up, they would look like a cart, like a little cup, like a Reese's cup, and then you have your dollop of whipped cream. That looks like poo. I know whipped cream kind of looks like poo, but really excellent contrast between like cold and warm. And then the egg tart is kind of like smooth in the middle. You go, okay, now have fun fooding. all right, yes, take care, and take care of yourself and stay safe. Don't go and flip out and run a sprint or something on your cast. All right. Computer. Are we doing the full computer? Phone. Oh. How do I do this? Nope.
このコンピューターはいくら？
I'm making you hungry again. All right. We'll cut back on the food thing. How are you with food? What do you snack on, Aqua? What do you snack on? Kaz is heading off for the day.
学校に走っていく。
母が子供たちに、夏は家族全員で沖縄に行きましょう。
明日から夏休みです。
あなたの妹は犬が好きですか？
Day off.
明日は休みだ。
母に手紙を書く。
僕は厳しい人より優しい人の方が好きだ。
You usually make toast or eat some fruits? Nice. Mangoes? Oh, yeah. Mangoes. Have you ever had mango sticky rice? That's a good example of a, like, fusion of, like, different textures. Mango sticky rice. Ooh. Gotta go to, like, a Thai place for some mango sticky rice. Okay.
そのハンバーグおいしい？
先生、
That's fine.
トイレに行きたいが、近くにはトイレがない。
Yeah, mango sticky rice, glutinous rice, sweetened, gelatinous. It's kind of like a risotto, like a risotto for the mango thing using glutinous rice, and then you have mango cut and placed on top of the glutinous sweetened rice. It's a common dessert in Thai, and it's usually served because to complement like spicy, hyper spicy, savory, salty dishes, and sometimes fatty dishes in Thai cooking. So then the sweeter, savory, and sugary thing will complement it, and it's creamy in nature, so complements really well spicy foods and fatty foods. Casual.
僕の名前はたかしです。
自信満々の写真家。
What type
俺
of
が撮った写真は全部最高だろう。
what type of background are you from, Aqua? That like the different type of cuisines you're exposed to.
朝に本を読む。
これは映画館です。
Cricket.
この道は曲がっている。
Playing in the yard.
弟が庭で遊んでいる。
図書館に行く。
Aneto. That's the first thing I thought about. Aneto. even though it's Ichigatsu.
私の誕生日は1月です。
Oh, Spanish. What am I gonna do with Spanish? Whoops. Tienda. No, no es. No es tienda. No es la tienda. No está. A la tienda. Actually, I wonder how you quote things. Do you use es or estar for a quote? That's not mise, so what the heck is this? A shop?
あなたのお気に入りの店は何？
It must have been a typo. Oh, my M might have not actuated. Whoops.
昨日デパートで新しいカバンを買いました。
Alright, that's a wrap for our reviews. Alright. 400 items exactly. Okay. I don't think we had too much of a problem today. Nothing really sticks out outside of the words like I guess Yasui. Yasui was interesting. Getting hung up on osoi a little bit. Nothing too dramatic out of the ordinary. Yeah, Yasui was weird. My salary was low. Your mom is white and your dad is Middle Eastern, but you basically just eat American food? I see. I mean, being in California though, there's such a variety. Gotta hit up some of like, I don't know, get a nice birria or something like that, right? Like a taco format, something like that. I'm thinking SoCal more than like middle, but more so SoCal. Some Tex-Mex of some sort. All right, this is a wrap for Bunpro today. I don't think I have very much to say, right? Yeah, that's a wrap for our Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss. I have something to say about most things. I think in my spry 40-ish years of life, we've accumulated enough things to talk about, right? So definitely feel free. Keep each other motivated, encouraged, right? Attentive in our own lives, and maybe with that, be able to slow down and be interested in other people's lives. Until then, right? Minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato, right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and then I'll be back for HanziHero. So until later, there are many cuisines here. Personally, you love Indian and Thai food the most, probably. We'll have to talk about that when I come back. All right, be right back. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第369天 is day 369. Got a few things to cover. Oh, speaking of Indian and Thai food. Indian. Well, when I'm thinking about like Americanized Indian, right? Americana meets Indian. You gotta hit up that like butter chicken, tikka masala, and then maybe go a little harder on like some tandoori, with a side of a mango lassi probably. Heck, throw in some chai tea while eating the entrees, and then finishing it off with a mango lassi at the end. You know? What are those things called? I'm not the biggest fan of the... I forgot what they're called. Oh no, but spicy biryani though. Biryani, that's the... not biryani. Biryani and stuff is pretty good too. Finding like a specialty shop of that too. What is the syrup milk ball thing called? Don't remember. That's kind of a classic dessert that I'm okay. Like eating one of them kind of just like knocks me out in sugar. Okay. Tandoori chicken is so good. I know, right? And then when the tandoori chicken, like if you ever order tandoori chicken, and here's the obvious story, like connection between butter chicken and tandoori chicken. Oftentimes when you're like, all right, you have leftover tandoori chicken, you can turn it into butter chicken fairly easily at home too. And then the butter chicken is like adjacent to the Americanized dish, tikka masala. And then a mango lassi though. Mango lassis, just throw them back. And sweetened chai tea. Sweetened chai tea is fantastic to go with your like meal. There's also a bunch of paneer dishes. Paneer is great. Paneer cheese is very common in Indian cooking, if you're like wanting to not consume like chicken, right? You can go with paneer. There's also this what is the green stuff called? There's a spinach dish that it looks a lot more, it tastes a lot more appetizing than it looks. It's like green goop. It's spinach. I want to say... Yeah, I don't remember the name for it anymore. It basically just looks like green goop. It kind of reminds me of collard greens if it was like slightly food processed. You should try making some Indian food yourself. Butter chicken is really excellent starter. Like butter chicken is fantastically approachable. Tandoori requires like a, well, obviously tandoor requires that, but it does require grilling and all that, like finding an alternative to capture the smokiness. However, butter chicken is such a fantastic staple. It's got your part. I feel like it's got your different elements of Indian spices and collection in there, while also kind of meeting the somewhat Americanized palate. So something that I would say a household where there's like a combination of white Americana and like even Middle Eastern, like because Pakistani is next, right next to it, like there's mixing of the west side, like parts of Indian cooking exchanges with Pakistani preferences. So those things tend to be I think butter chicken is a fantastic dish that encapsulates that. Tikka masala is more or less the same, but it's not too far apart from that. And then Thai is obviously like pad Thai, pad siu, what else we got? I forgot what they call drunken noodles, but drunken noodles, Thai basil fried rice situation. And then we already talked about mango sticky rice. Ugh. Starting to kind of, and oh, Thai iced tea is fantastic. Yeah. Usually the Americanized ones are slightly a little bit more subtle and like on the bitter side and more so on the sweeter side. But a strong Thai iced tea, ooh, that's a kicker. That kicks you in the butt. A Thai skewers, yes, true. Forgot about the finger foods. Indeed. There is also specialty Thai foods. I don't know how often they have these things, but there are floating noodle shops. They're not literally floating noodle shops. In Thailand, there's this concept of floating noodles, as in like the whole event it occurs in a river. But that idea of floating noodle, like the cuisine that is there from Thailand, in the floating noodles, there are places in the United States, at least I have encountered places in the United States that kind of tries to capture the food that's in those floating noodle places. And it's usually like noodle soups. Very delightful noodle soups. Usually it's called like the floating noodle market soup. Something that you would find at to try to capture that experience. And I am a fan of my noodle soups. Okay. 5 things from yesterday. We got the Let's congratulate. Kind of made it more about Harry Potter with the power of his magical words to help solve a problem in the electricity plant's bathroom. Tiao, which is select. This is more about Timmy Turner now using his finger to point at colorful turtle shells that he likes to accommodate him in the barn. My. My stride. This is more Mario going out in strides to make strides to accommodate the kiddos, fostering a cricket with like a special flower bed or something like that. Jin. Monarch. We embellish more on the Julius Caesar, demanding that people like rake up all the debris so he can enjoy the courtyard of the infirmary as he barks orders at everyone. You don't think you've had that, but you did have pho before. Oh yeah, Vietnamese, yeah. You actually never had a proper bowl of ramen before either. Oh, it's time for those noodle soups. You got the pho checked off. It's time for ramen. In terms of Chinese, it would be like it's called usually the most classic one would be Sichuan beef noodle soup. So Szechuan beef noodle soup. That would be probably in a Chinatown somewhere. Or even like a hand pulled noodle soup. That would be the Chinese one. And then noodle soups in Indian cooking. That's interesting. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I'm not sure about noodle soup dishes from India. And then we got one last one. Sean is tied together, and we made it about the tent and the umbrella. So regardless of which one, we'll be fine. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
孝敬
孝敬 Xiao is the new one. Filial respect, or like, yeah, filial piety. And Jing, respect. Oh, to show filial respect, that makes sense.
孝敬宪法
宪法. I'm trying to think of a Spanish noodle soup dish. Like a Hispanic noodle soup dish. Huh. Or Korean one. There is a non-soup dish that I would think about in Korean, japchae. Any form of japchae is awesome. There's also cold noodles. There's various versions of cold noodles. Chinese has a cold noodle. So does Japanese. There's also skimen, a mixing one. Yeah. Yeah, I can't think of an Indian noodle dish or a Hispanic noodle dish. Koreans do have noodle dishes, but I'm not entirely sure if I can name a readily available, like, immigrant accessible noodle dish, especially like for like soup noodle dish. Now I'm thinking like the other side of things, like Italian noodle soup dish. French noodle soup dish. I just realized how regional noodle soup dishes are. Talking more about the accessibility in the United States, of course. We're not talking about like flying out and going to the those countries. I'm sure there's an example of all the things in the country, but more like accessible in the immediate time. Oh, I could go for a bowl of pho right now, though. Ooh. Okay. 宪法. So constitution method, which is still constitution. You can't think of an Indian noodle dish either? Yeah, I don't think... rice is my... When I think about rice and curries. So curries are what I think about when I think about like soupiness things. So like a green curry, right? A green curry with over rice. Or yeah, oftentimes it's rice. So the soupiest like liquidy thing I can think about is a curry. Indian curry. You can go for a red bean paste thing right now. Oh, okay. Oh man, there are so many good red bean paste things. Yeah. Salivating just thinking about it.
宪法
Silly goopers these days. I've met some silly goopers these days who don't look forward to eating, man. Or they like to just eat because of maintenance. And here I am, like, I could talk about days about how wonderful, like, eating makes you feel alive. Some, like, legit, I can quote some of the ones that I've met over time. They wish they didn't have to eat because eating is just you just use money and then it just goes away. Like, so nowadays there's situations where people aren't convinced that life is richer than eating, and then eating and sleeping are the best. Man, Aqua, I can tell you now, it's pretty crazy how, like, what I mean is, I'm not saying everyone does this, but the people that I've met in the last couple years, eating and sleeping is like part of their ritual in which they don't pay attention to. Like, they don't like to try to engage and maximize those things in order to like make their life more satisfying. Oftentimes they think that investing in eating and understanding and appreciating different things about eating, and then like trying to make sleeping more comfortable, invest in trying to get your sleep, finding ways of sleeping and stuff as interesting and lively as part of their life. Usually they think of it as a waste of time, and that it has minimal impact on the other stuff that they do, like learning Chinese, for example. It's excellent to hear that you think you enjoy eating and sleeping, because that is kind of something that you have to do. So liking something that life requires you to do is a great start to, it's a great foundation for appreciating what being alive basically is like.
迈进
Outside of the usual stuff like seeing, right? Seeing, hearing. Usually the thing that you would hear is seeing and hearing, which is like, oh, eye candy, CGI and anime and stuff, and then hearing like music and whatnot. Those are the two things that over prioritize eating and sleeping. Not that you can't have all of them. It's just that eating and sleeping is part of your life. So talking about it and trying to explore it, like right now I have someone who clearly dreads or constantly think about sleeping as something that is an ever problem. It's a source of ever problem. I often think it's pretty exciting if you bought like a new pillow, or I don't know, buying some new comfier socks to sleep in, Music is probably your favorite pastime other than art. Fair enough, fair enough. That's lovely. You got all this stuff. You got the hearing, the seeing, right? Smell is the thing that is often tied with eating. So smell can be a little iffy for some, or language learning for that matter. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, we got stride forward, my Jing, fair enough. Stride in advance.
迈进，分割，
分割 part and then 割 to cut apart, so still cut apart. 分割
分割，车祸，
车祸祸 is misfortune. Oh, car misfortune.
车祸，
Okay.
孝敬，迈进，宪法，车祸，分割，
All right. Next set.
陌生，
陌生陌 footpath? Oh no, footpath in life. How do you footpath in life into unfamiliar? Unfamiliar describes how we feel when we first encounter something on the footpath of life. Oh no. Alright. Let's see. They are unfamiliar with, yeah, that is unfamiliar. Footpath to life. Alright.
陌生，
陌生
生涯，
You're thinking about pursuing art in university? That is... You can only see yourself doing something creative. Fair enough, fair enough. And is art the primary thing that you can see yourself doing as a creative work? I thought about creativity too, but not quite. It may vary on what creative, like how you're applying creatively, right? Art is a very eclectic and sporadic, like a very eclectic and unpredictable pursuit. It certainly requires creativity to make that a career. Sheng Ya. Ya would be bank, a life bank. I can kind of see that. One's career acts as the banks of the river of life. Oh boy. Alright.
"生涯，年迈，
年迈. What do we got? Year, my footpath, elderly. Oh, stride, not footpath. Stride. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it. Someone is elderly once they have stride over many years, yeah. Or strode. I didn't think stride had a past tense strode. Holy. You can see yourself doing many things. Art, mostly drawing and painting, music, woodworking, and even architecture are interesting. Ah, I see. Well, it's nice to have options. What are those options available to you? Like, are you able to pursue those things in the near future? I suppose. Not particularly good at anything like that, though. Well, it's difficult to know how, right? It's difficult to know how particularly good one can be at most things when they're deciding on doing those things. So perhaps in the future, you will have the opportunity to experience those experiences serendipitously to understand a little bit more about answering the question whether you want to commit to becoming good at those things, right? I think in most cases, like a sheer honesty and realistic thing is when one is young and they're just trying to choose their career path, it's very reasonable and common to think you're not good at anything. Because ultimately, sometimes when people look at other people, we have to remember that you're looking at older versions. You're trying to look as though you're peering through the future of yourself. So like, if I was going to ask my younger self what would I do or what the skill sets I would be good at, it would be none of the things I'm currently doing, because one has to decide if they want to be committed to the process and then become good then. And I'm gonna be really honest here. Usually when someone looks at someone else and think that they're comparing to that someone else and they're good, the person who's doing the thing would likely still often think they're not good enough. So the feeling doesn't go away. And sometimes smiling about your own ambitions and your own humility is really wonderful, right? Like if you're thinking, what's so important about constantly being modest or having self-doubt, it can be a fuel for a lifetime. Like, it is when someone else tell you that you are good at something that you can have affirmation. But oftentimes when you're doing something and you might be good at it, it often, usually for ambitious people or people who are really excited about the thing, they usually don't ever think they're good enough because there's so much more to do. And that kind of makes life really exciting because every day you have an opportunity to do better. You haven't done much research yet. You're mostly trying to practice art on your own. I see. Right now, you really just want to study abroad, so you're focusing on language, you guess? Oh. So you have an opportunity to study abroad? I asked this because I technically did have I did study abroad for a semester. That opportunity was presented. I'm not sure how often people around the United States have opportunity to study abroad in the recent years.
年迈，希腊，
希腊. I don't hear Greece in this. This is what happened. Sila. What happened to Sila? Wait. Nope. I don't know how they got Sila in Greece.
"希腊，孔雀，
Shit. A whole? Shit. A whole sparrow? Shit. Oh. What was that? What part of a peacock makes you think of a hole? I can understand the sparrow part. Once you get a job and start saving money, hopefully you'll have an opportunity, but as for now, you're doing what you can to prepare. Fair enough, fair enough. I see you're thinking about the various steps. Yeah, hopefully your opportunities present itself. I like hearing about how people go through their transition. Their transition to like being independent, and that's kind of where I spend most of my time. These ones are kind of rough.
陌生
How did 陌生 work? Oh my gosh, unfamiliar. The heck, man. How did the bristle and moon? Lee. Oh no, it's Sealy. Sealy. Hey, your mate is having a sleepover and told me he would stay up, but is snoring like a I don't know what snore is loud, but that. Do you agree with me that death is final, as I just saw a TikTok about someone dying then being revived, but I reject the notion that they were dead if they could be alive? Thoughts? Quick thoughts if you could fathom that. You're very drunk, but I'm a legend. Protocol. If they could be revived. Oh, if they could be revived. Are you okay? Hopefully everything's fine. A sleepover, huh? How you feeling? You better not have the upset stomachs. I'm telling you, if you have a hangover tomorrow, would you say flippin' instead of the F word? Nah. I would say your stomach actually is good right now, finally? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if death is final. A TikTok of someone dying, then being revived. I'll give you like a... You don't know if that was coincidence, but your stomach has been upset recently. Okay, well, hopefully your stomach stays unupset. It did. What I have to say about that would be interesting. Like, I'll give you my take on it. Most things are final. Most things are final when they cease to exist in any form. So, yes and no, I guess. If you stop thinking about that person. Oh, you know what? There's a really great episode. Wait, that TikTok. Was it a Vsauce TikTok? I don't know if Vsauce is in TikTok, but Oh no, he didn't talk about someone dying. Vsauce. Are you a clip to see what you say when you come back? Okay. So I'm not gonna answer. We'll save it for another time. But Vsauce did a interview about existence. That would be really interesting. So if you ever encounter Vsauce on YouTube, he recently did like a podcast or interview with someone about his take on existence. And I was gonna say something like that. No, it was about ice. Oh. Okay. Fair enough. What you call it? What I was gonna say about existence when it comes to permanence, it's gonna be really related to what Vsauce said in that interview. So maybe I'll write up and try to have a more cogent thought about that when you stop having so much fun in your university life. I'll let you be though. Try to stay healthy here. It's getting late, unfortunately. You're gonna go wind down and go to sleep soon. It was nice talking. Yeah, it was nice talking to you too, Aqua. Good luck. You know, take care. Get well soon, right? Get well soon, Aqua. It seems like people are injuring themselves, getting sick, and then now Silly Procall is having a euphoric moment here. Yeah, stay safe, everyone. Stay safe and healthy. What the Kong what? Yeah.
孔雀，生涯，
Holy man, some of these are so tough. No, I don't know. Oh man.
年迈，
Oh, Nehemiah is fine. 生涯. Like you have the life, right? Beating against, or what does that mean? Hang on. Oh, like career. Okay. And C. Lee. What? What? Oh, La. Dang it. Oh, because of the cure meat? Dude, Greece is gonna destroy me.
《希腊》，撒手，
Sasha. Let go the hand. Okay. Alright. We're back to something
撒手，
that doesn't require 2 layers of
宪兵，
argument. Bing. Okay. Constitution troops, so police mix or military police seems pretty reasonable.
宪兵，麻雀，
Shit. I don't know about this. Hemp? Why hemp? Maybe there's something about the behavior of sparrows. Hemp.
麻雀，诱，
Yo, to entice. Was the right thing like, oh, yes, although there's also xiu. It's weird coming, like, seeing the end of the list of some of these rare ones. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the bakery wearing an apron. Bathroom bakery, okay. A grain stalk is hanging from the ceiling covered in flour. Words suddenly come out. Okay. Oh, excuse me. And we gotta complete this in the next 2.5 hours. Alright. She is in the bathroom of the bakery. Where there was word that demanded Yoshi entice. Where he found where he overheard some words about some enticing tasty grain stalks near the stairs by the bathroom. I don't know how I feel about that. Just stick with this for now. Kind of uninspired. 诱人, right? 诱发. Huh. Induce. Bait. Okay. Imagine the right thing has something to do with an object or like a thing.
又年
Nian? Oh, I wasn't expecting it to be kind of like Nian for paste. Right? Oh no, wait. It's not that one. Oh no. I guess it's a coincidence that Nian also means paste. Or glue, actually. Oh, Li is the... Oh no. After consideration, you made a good decision not adjusting your comments now. You believe in no good position to allow your wisdom to seep into your mind. You're not in a good position to... I can give you a really quick TLDR. I was gonna take like a Star Trek Deep Space Nine approach. Usually when I think of finalities, I think of like metaphysics, right? Metaphysical. So yes, I kind of agree with you that you reject the notion that they were dead if they could be alive, because existence is both physical and metaphysical. So when that ceased to be carried in a metaphysical way, then that is the finale, right? Existence is both constructed physically and metaphysically. So that means a memory can allow someone. Hydrate is out of stock, but hydrate. Yeah, so like existence is carried in the metaphysical world. So if someone's memory continues to be carried, ship of Theseus, yeah, pretty much. So one can build a legacy. You know, the idea of being immortalized as a symbol, right? That's kind of my take on the whole existence. If something is finale, well, a symbol endures the physical world. So you could be metaphysically immortal conceptually. Obviously, is that achievable? I don't know. One certain thing to definitely guarantee, or like try to strongly guarantee the end of existence, or like finale, would be to have the entire place erased. Like everything erased. Then the one that it's carrying the erasing would probably be the one that has the choice of carrying the existence. So like if species A removes species B, it is up to species A to determine if species B's existence carry a consequence or some sort of metaphysical impact. So despite like someone, for example, the whole idea of taking residence in one's head, right? Like your memory doesn't fade. So you are very much still existing in a metaphysical plane. So that's kind of like, and history is a good example. Who's that statue of that Chinese people still hit due to them being a traitor of some point in history? You saw a TikTok of them, like the Tiananmen Square thing? Or do you mean like the Tibetan stuff? Sorry if they're inappropriate to assume you know about them. Like, are you talking about like the Tibetan, like Tiananmen Square situation, or like the self-immolation situation, like the Tibetan monks stuff? I don't know which pop culture it is, but generally speaking, when I think about statues and like potential controversy in like Chinese history, I often think about like the modern like spiritualism disagreement things that I would think of, like scholars and whatnot. So Tiananmen Square would be the first thing that comes to mind. All right, let's not go that deep. You're still inebriated, so let's be a little agreeable to your level of, you want to chill. Let's vibe a little. Okay, so sticky. Oh, Qing Ho. Actually, I don't know what character is Ho now. Yeah, fair enough. I only another short thing is I talk about the metaphysical because it's an interesting thing, but one can view it objectively, like death is final for the physical body, so you're more in line to think about it that way. But since the physical body didn't end, then technically it's not final, right? To fit in the schema of existence. Neo is inside the pawn shop where he is buying a vintage umbrella. He opens it up and finds a fortune inside that says everything will soon become quite sticky. Sure enough, a bunch of sticky grain stock fall from the sky, suddenly sticks to him, and he tries to shake off the sticky grain stock only to fall in a pile of sticky snowflakes. This still reminds me of Nian. What was Nian? I swear. Oh, it's probably fortune. Yeah, Nian. Oh, it has the rice, but it has no grain stock or umbrella. They're kind of the same though, so that's kind of nice. I have to rely on that. Is metaphysical the perspective of a hypothetical form of physicality? I mean, I think they're two separate things, so you don't really have to. Metaphysical is metaphysical. It doesn't have to be like, it doesn't need aspects of physicality. At least that's how I feel about it. Metaphysical is beyond the physical. I kind of framed it as a physical thing though. Like memory a physical thing? Well, if someone has a memory, then they physically have a brain that contains that memory of the person who ceased to exist physically. Perhaps. There's also that fun thing about time being circular. Yeah, you're not going to say anything if it's say anything at work, just keep studying. Yeah. I'm glad to hear at least inferring from your state of conversation that this time it's more of a positive experience you're having with your libations than a negative one like the last time. I was gonna ask you to characterize the type of snoring your mate has. Like, is it a every once in a while snoring? You know how like it's loud? Dang. How are you with snoring? I wear earplugs whenever I'm outside. Like what I mean is when I'm like out and about and I have to like share a dorm, like a resting area, I usually carry like two forms of ear things. So I sleep with like ears. I have found that historically 9 out of 10 times the people that I share like a room with or something, they do snore. And that's not really saying it's not trying to imply or infer that snoring is like a normalized thing, and it's also not implying snoring tends to be related to health concerns as well. But a lot of these people are like, some of them are incredibly fit and they're athletes, but for whatever reason, snoring is very prominent. Personally, I do not have any reason to believe that I snore, but there is a chance I do. But since I sleep in, no one has like confronted me about my snoring yet. You don't know, you're usually asleep when you snore. Yeah, that's what I would say too. Like I'm not entirely sure if I do snore. As far as I know, I have not been confronted about snoring. But usually people don't confront each other about snoring. I bet you sleep talk about some random conceptual stuff. Pure gold information that no one hears. I have so here's the thing though. I have screamed before. So there are other things that have happened. Like I clearly remember, despite like body paralysis, I pretty sure I've screamed before. And that's not like screaming because of a nightmare situation. It's more like screaming because I was calling out. I do get lucid dreams. Do you know you screamed it because it woke you up? Yes. Yes, I was awake after the scream. Like, despite your body paralysis kind of breaks after you like actively scream out. So, I do have. You laughed yourself awake once. I do have friends, like best friends, who when we were roommates together, there were call-outs. In fact, I'm sure they're comfortable with this. They've shared this before. So my best friends, my roommates, they're brothers, right? They're identical triplets. They know who they are. One time, since I'm the fourth, I'm like, they're usually apartments or like dormitories are split into 4 occupants, and I'm one of the 4, right? They have conversations with each other. And then from time to time they do scream, like scream out, which I have done too myself. When I was sleeping, occasionally I would like call out and it would wake me up. That's not how that works, Roko, you silly goose. I do have a sister. I know you're making. I have a feeling you're trying to make a joke here, but I'm not sure if it lands very well.
年
Yeah, so in college, we had in college I witnessed like that people can have conversations with each other while they're asleep. I'm not sure if it's an extraordinary case because of having brothers as roommates, right? Like very closely experienced brothers. So, but I did witness conversations. And I was lucid, as in like I wasn't sleeping yet. So they were having conversations in the middle of the night when I was awake. So I'm not like sleep and then jostled awake. I was literally awake. Yeah, I had roommates that were brothers. Yes. I don't have I only have a sister. I don't have actual brothers. I often consider them like brothers. Nevertheless, they were brothers. The three of them were brothers. And they've had conversations in the middle of the night. While asleep. I can confirm that because I was awake. Like, I was still awake. Oftentimes, like, they would sleep. They when I was younger, I don't sleep very well, so I tend to like be awake in various times during the evening, like during the sleep cycle. I can witness these. And the whole screaming myself awake, it's not because of night terrors. I have shared room with someone who did experience night terrors. Night terrors are a whole different story, where like it's like a trigger response and they would scream from the night terror. I don't have night terrors as far as I know. I just happen to scream, like talk or like vocalize, and it just jostles me awake. It doesn't happen that frequently. Maybe like 10% of the time. This is probably where the chat lag catches up. I just saw your question about do I ever have night terrors, but I already said I didn't, so I have a feeling this is more like the chat lag happening. Yeah, I don't have night terrors. I learned about night terrors from other people. So whenever I talked about like, have you ever screamed or like talk in your sleep and whatnot, and then the conversation about night terrors come up, and based on how other people describe their night terrors, I do not have them, as far as I know. I have very lucid dreams. So lucid dreaming occurs where like sometimes I would like move and stuff. I don't quite like we're talking about rare occasions, you know, like less than 10% of the time. That movement causes me to wake up. Either like vocalizing something or like having my hand reach out somewhere. It has happened before. All right, we gotta spread the.
撒手
Okay. And what is sa? Okay.
右年 宪兵
Ding. What the... What's happening here? Oh.
麻雀
Alright.
鹳
One. I guess that looks like a gun. One of the guns. To irrigate? Wait. Isn't this like Gwen? Oh no, die. No. Guy. Does Quinn Guy, is that a thing? Oh, there it is, Quinn Guy. Alright. I'm like, irrigate, that's so specific. It's gotta be the other character too. Goofy is in the bathroom of the pawn shop when a stork suddenly comes in and asks Goofy to irrigate water from the sink into its mouth. Goofy obliges, irrigating water into the stork with a weird secondhand rusty pipe as the excess water sprays all over the dirty pawn shop bathroom's tile floor. What the heck? I think I have a more fun. I think I have a funnier. Sounds a bit freaky. I think I have a more down, goofier thing. Okay, the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he encounters a stork, right? The let's just say the pawn shop stork. The stork needed some water, or is thirsty, or you know, is thirsty, and his job is to like, where he, let's say, is in charge of taking care of the pawn shop stork. The stork is thirsty, so in his infinite wisdom as a doggo, he attempted to irrigate water by sucking up water in his mouth and then spraying it into the stork's mouth. We're trying to play on the whole dog thing. One guy. One shoe. Transport. Instill. Irrigate and transport. Huh.
鹳坑
Kun. Do you look like Kun? Yeah, the turntable kind of makes it like, and the other Kun is mouth, right? Yeah. It's either gonna be Kung or Kun. I guess there's Hung. Alright, so now we have a pit. Kermit is in front of the English manor at the bottom of a pit where he has been tossed in by the butler since he was trespassing. They keep on tossing soil down into the pit to try to bury him alive for his crimes. Kermit plays some music on the turntable trying to find some enjoyment in life before he's buried alive. What the? How the? Okay. Alright. Kermit the Frog is usually, we have positive things. Okay. So, Kermit the Frog is English major. English is in front of the English manor. Where he is trying to help the rich kids where he is trying to once again entertain the rich kids. The kids are trying to dig up soil and create a pit by ruining the immaculate lawn, while Kermit pulls out a turntable to keep them entertained as they proceed to do so. I don't know, something like that is good enough. Like the other kun. Shay kun. A puddle. A puddle as opposed to like a deeper thing than a puddle. Shakun. Sand pit? A sandbox, that's fair enough. It's a lot shallower.
坑 霸
Ah, a tyrant. Is there any part of this looks like Ba? I can kind of see target in here. Ba, right here. I don't see anything else that would resemble a Ba. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the auditorium where he has established himself as a tyrant. Apt over the various bathroom goers and bathroom attendants that are there. He has a special moon with okay. Oh no, there's rain as well. Okay. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the auditorium, maybe like practicing his role as a tyrant. I don't know, tyrant of the night. Could you ever run faster than light? What do you mean by you ever run faster than light? How's that even an option? In what way are you talking about running faster than light? You can run faster than light. Run in the dark. You considering it as an option has got you wheezing. Listen, you can run faster than light, just run in the dark. You know? But like it has to be like absence of light. So I don't even know if you're running if there's an absence of light. I don't know, you could make an attempt like that. I'm not entirely sure if there's a place how you would get about removing light though. You're just imagining you're running like 100 miles per hour past you in the pitch black. You know, that would be kind of, that would be, okay, hold on. Oh, okay. So conceptually, yes, there could be an absence of light, but technically, infrared and quantum fluctuations still exist. So, like, what isn't in the visible electromagnetic spectrum, right? The visible electromagnetic spectrum, that doesn't mean that it's darkness. It's only not visible to the eye, right? So, the concept that I'm talking about wouldn't wouldn't remove photons, for example. Or I guess if you want to define light as photons, I don't know about that. We would have to ask what is that guy's name? Cox? We would have to ask Cox about his concept of running faster than light. Like in a very specific strategic situation. Because technically an absence of light means you would be moving faster than light. Why? Wait. Now here's a funny question. Why do people say that darkness is just the absence of light? That's the question I was trying to answer. Like, when I said, like, if you're in a dark place, right? And then you would run in a dark place, does that really mean there's an absence of light? I don't, that would not be true. There might be an absence of visible light, like visible electromagnetic spectrum, but there are others involved, so that's interesting. Thinking of absolutes is kind of weird. That would be spooky. You managed to get a first in your degree, then you see for a split second a flash dash past me while I'm accepting my reward. Are you okay? Practicing his role as a tyrant of the night. He let's say rained leather rained snaps and orders from his leather whip, from his stage prop. I guess from his prop. Just from his leather whip. Hopefully that's good enough. To monopolize. Ooh, ba. Oh yeah, okay. Interesting. Oh wait. That lines up with Japanese. Oh, it's that ba. Are these the characters? Leather, moon, rain. Still, I think it's the same one. You're just imagining me as the Flash? Oh boy. Barry Allen? Interesting. Chi ba wan can. What is that word? Eat tyrant king food? Meal? Eat tyrant, what the heck? We're getting into some sticky situations now.
Ba.
I don't know how this stuff is going anymore. Fool. I mean, that looks like a fool. It's also bow? Hold up. So is this like gung fu or fu gung? Where's that gung at? Dang it. You're just bowing something. Sorry, excuse me, I had to sneeze. Okay. So it's just like bowing one's head or bowing down. Now, why would that be? Oh, to look down at. right. So let's look at this. We have Frankenstein is in the basement of the house, set up in his shack, sure, which is a government office for monsters. That is the same mnemonic for a fool. The right hand side of this. Slenderman comes in with some affairs that need addressed, but cannot afford payment. He bows before Frankenstein in front of the shack, hoping this is sufficient payment. It's not. That's good enough for me.
辅义
Yi. Resolute. Not much of Yi here. We have Dui and Shi, possibly. If anything. Okay. Yoshi's in the bathroom of the house where he is trapped by a huge pig standing guard at the bathroom door. He now is resolute that he is ready to defeat the pig and escape the bathroom. He pops out an egg and resolutely throws it as a missile at the pig guard, knocking him out. He struts out of the bathroom with resolute swagger. Okay with that. Kind of a little aggressive though.
义
Alright.
冠 辅 坑 义 霸
Alright. How much time do I have? I have less than 2 hours. I think this is pretty good before we have to do something later. One of these days, I'm gonna catch up on some Z's. One of these days.
剁
What? Oh, that is not that.
盐 气氛
这里的气氛很轻松。
闺女
他的闺女今年7岁了。
肥皂
我用肥皂洗手。
请柬
他亲手做了请柬。
玉
What? Oh, that's a butterfly. Okay.
旗
Week works actually, but period of time works better. But I think of it associated with week.
"打盹
旅途中他经常打盹。
What the? Oh.
火箭
他向敌人射出一枚火箭。
What the? Is that a rocket? I mean, missile and rocket. Heck?
他 洗涤
手工洗涤比机器洗涤更费力。
胎儿
孕妇要保护胎儿的安全。
That help. I almost feel like
恶棍，
警察抓住了那个恶棍。
a thud. Thug. I meant to type thug.
欧，口哨，
他吹了一个口哨。
So far, so alright. And it's gone.
报，果树，
那棵果树很大。
丝，
Hmm. What? I don't see how those things are connected. Does that make sense together? Oh, does it?
培植，
农夫的工作是培植植物。
These are cool. Like cultivate? Yeah, okay. Cultivate plants.
建，催，
Yo, what? Ah.
佐料，
盐是一种佐料。
How do you get like extra material like condiments? Yeah. Here. What? No. Wait, that doesn't make sense either. But it's the only one I can think of. Oh, no, wait. I know what it is. What? Huh.
阶段，
这个计划分为几个阶段进行。
滋，序，
What? I don't know anymore. Oh no.
租赁，
他把房间租赁给学生。
What? I thought it was. Oh no, that's actually not even. That's not. That's neither. Right? Oh. Yeah.
很昏迷，
病人突然昏迷了。
Or is this just fall into a coma? Yeah, lose consciousness is similar, but that's fine. Good enough.
$赎金，
绑匪设定了赎金的金额。
Oh, that's ransom. And ransom is rough.
内涝，
大雨过后，这里发生内涝。
至今，
至今没有人提出过反对意见。
Yo, what? Ugh. Okay, hold up, hold up.
龙，靶场，
靶场里有许多安全规定。
The heck?
芭蕾，
我姐姐是一个芭蕾舞者。
肯定，
我肯定汉字很有趣。
Oh no. That's law.
冬眠，
一些蛇也会冬眠。
The what now? Oh my gosh, G.
肌肉，
他的肌肉很发达。
泳，昏，
Dusk's not done. Ah, I spelled the wrong way. Dang it.
上旬，
上旬是忙碌的时候。
修理，
我的车需要修理。
秃头，
他是秃头。
半裸，
在沙滩上，很多人都半裸玩耍。
方向舵，
方向舵坏了。
捐献，
捐献是一种帮助别人的方法。
So what?
杠杆、
请把杠杆向下压。
汉、
Hmm. Oh no. Hmm.
石口、
他矢口否认那件事。
I really thought this was sympathetic. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I mixed it up with the other sheet. I don't know. Oh. Oh no, I totally messed that up so bad. What am I doing? Dang it.
"抡拳、
他生气的抡拳拍了桌子。
We're about a third the way there. Hopefully my stamina holds up, I suppose.
令出、
他另出了一间房子。
叠、
What happened here?
打鼓、
他打鼓。
What? Oh no, that's measuring. Oh man, I wrote K, not G.
瞄、
Oh no, wait, that's not it. That's a description. Ah! Wait. Oh, wait. Oh no, that's Hold up. Hold up. There are 3 meows. I guess the description one is fingers, right? This one should be aim. Although aim is kind of getting lost. Oh, he was targeting. Okay. Say what? Something makes me want to type like no. Don't know what that is still. We'll see.
沃土、
这片沃土是农村最大的财富。
香港、
我想去香港旅游。
我不了 what？ 我不了觉 something Moon and weapon. It's not that. Something. Ye. 股票 we're gonna have to do size. Oh my gosh. Gonna have to work on that. How do we make it about his eye? That moon rocket hitting him in the thighs is not good enough. Thighs is not actually in the character. So I don't know if I can improve upon that.
和、占卜、
我不相信占卜。
What?
和谐、
我们的关系很和谐。
中学、
他是一位中学老师。
流浪、
流浪街头。
It's like flow, wander, yeah, waver. Okay. Going with the flow, basically.
.认识、
他们没有认识很多人。
烧、
Or burn, it's fine.
股票、
That's
我不
gonna
了
be
解
a
股票。
problem. 股票。So What?
轰趴，
有些人在轰趴上吸毒。
些人在轰趴巷。Like just shuffle house party. We're skipping house party. Gonna happen or is not gonna happen.
鸡，甲，慢慢，
慢慢来，
吹口哨，
他上班时喜欢吹口哨。
宁静，
这是一个宁静的小镇。
伐木工人。
伐木工人，
这名伐木工人已经工作10年了。
丧尸，
他因为意外丧失了记忆。
斗，尊，
What?
皇冠，
皇后戴着一顶华丽的皇冠。
Uh-oh.
醋，
Oh, no. It's not that one. Right? It's who? Yeah. Okay, it is who for the recklessness, right? Okay. Both of them are who's actually. The other who is like. I think this is chai.
拆，沸腾，
水已经开始沸腾了。
Alright, we're over the halfway point.
烟雾，
他们正在研究烟雾的影响。
拉开，
拉开窗帘，
It's like open, but past the sides kind of like pull open. Very, very similar. It's kind of more of a motion.
热腾腾，
这里热腾腾的。
猎犬，
猎犬需要训练。
Like open, like pull open. They're Man. Oh, makes me want to flip a table. What in the world? You just had to meet your mate because he's in trouble. It's the 6th hour of the morning, by the way. It's all sorted, but you're sort of in flight or fight mode. Okay, hopefully everything is fine. Now, next year.
刮痕、
我的车门上有几道刮痕。
垂直、
这堵墙是垂直的。
辣味、
这道菜有些辣味。
迷
It is
雾、
fine now.
整座校园都陷在迷雾中。
To be fair, if you're gonna go anywhere to calm down, you're sure you will do the job. All right, close. Do you feel calmer now? Helping out your friend while incredibly inebriated was quite a thing, though. I'm sure you handled it like a superior British ninja you are. What the deer? Oh dearie me, that is not deer.
湖、伤痕、
他的手臂上有一道深深的伤痕。
荡、逆、
You handle it like a agreeable cat trying to get out of harm's way any way possible. To heck with chivalry, you care about your physical health. I thought I embellished a little there.
垂死、
这是一个垂死的国家。
Taking care of the deer. I really thought it was blue. Okay, it's Luke Skywalker. Still got work to do on that one. Great embellishment. Thanks. I gotta try, you know?
裂痕、
窗户的玻璃出现了裂痕。
Hold. Heck. Something about the table.
配、
Oh, that's not what I think. I don't know, where is that coming? Okay.
路
Excuse me? What the heck? Oh, wait.
洪水
今年的洪水非常严重，
What? Oh. No, not like this. Not like this. So now I can only think of Chu, which that's not Chu. Uh,
续
see. Like taking a bit of controlling save up. It's fine. We have to bypass the troubled group for some time. All right.
饭 宫廷
这部电影是宫廷剧，
Alice, mine too. Whoops. Ow.
帐篷
帐篷里可以容纳4个人，
训 到
Right, that's fine.
木桩
我们用木桩建造了一个小围栏，
催 交锋
这是一场激烈的交锋，
Not really fencing, but clashing, like clashing edges or something like that. Heck! Not lay, lit.
突 摊
Say what? This doesn't seem quite right. That doesn't seem right. Oh, I really thought that was it. I don't know what that is. Huh.
猎人，
大多数猎人使用枪支。
Oh, wrong tone. What? Oh.
拖欠，
他拖欠了很多朋友的借款。
That work, but to be lacking in depth. I don't think I'm ever gonna feel right with arrears.
混合，
油和水是无法混合的。
蚊帐，
睡觉前记得把蚊帐拉下。
I have no idea. Okay, all right, let's think about this for a moment. Oh.
傻笑，
孩子们在角落傻笑。
I think it is. So that is something else. Unless it's... Okay. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Dang it.
头衔，
你的头衔听起来很厉害。
Oh,
伴，
that one kind of sucks. What's that one? Oh, is it? Oh no.
“牵扯”，
这件是牵扯到很多人。
牵扯. It's the leading or involving. Yeah, fine. Wow. 牵扯.
“跌
Or like tumble or like fall over. That's fine. ”，
遥控，
这台遥控机器很昂贵。
火炬，
火炬在黑暗中燃烧。
gotta sure about this. So to be in arrears.
Xi,
Or beg. Heck? I don't. What the?
胸罩，
这个胸罩的尺寸不太合适。
Okay. Hang on.
Xi,
Okay. Yo, what? I don't know what that is. Okay, let's think about this. See a scepter. You drop, and then there's a pig. No idea. Like, absolutely no clue. Oh, wait. No, I do know what this is. Oh. Oh, no, no, no. Wrong tone.
Yi, 红，
Hmm. Yeah, this is
卓，
Sizzle.
灯笼，
我们在门口挂上灯笼。
妹， 牧场，
牧场上有很多牛。
牧，
Huh. Hoang. 生场主妇。
称肠主妇。
我吃完这顿饭后称肠主妇。
芳香。
房间里充满了芳香的味道。
What the？
马桶。
这间房间有一个马桶。
哦，heckin 马桶。I don't know what that is. Me and a hamper? How does that work with Sha? Hmm. Oh. My bad. Oops. That's my bad too.
口罩。架。
Say what? What?
袋。
大鱼。大鱼几后？大鱼几后吃？唐王的问的哦混浊了。
混浊。
下雨之后，池塘变得浑浊了。
翠绿。
她穿着翠绿的长裙。
哦，怂那生怂。I thought this was sunset. Or I was gonna write like dawn, not dawn, dusk. Dusk.
耸肩。
她耸了耸肩，然后继续工作。
一群狼，
人们警告远离那一群狼。
前进，
他用前进的态度祷告。
哺乳动物。
哺乳动物，
大象是一种哺乳动物。
隐蔽，
小屋隐蔽在树林的角落。
谈，
I don't. Wait. Oh, that's pretty aggravating. Hmm.
绝，害，平，
Oh no, that's so.
庸人，牲畜，
这个农场有许多牲畜。
兜售，
有人在网上兜售假货。
纯粹，
我只喝纯粹的水。
停，
你习惯 Oh no. Yes. No. 喜情 What is that? Or and lack. Not that. Did I not type T? That didn't change. But I didn't know it as chess though. I didn't know the definition. But I knew the read is 下棋. Do I care about chess? I don't really do, honestly. Chess and Go. Maybe we pay less attention. Okay.
孵化，
孵化鸡蛋需要保持温度。
I'm not concerned about chess. It'll happen if it happens. Whoops.
损，揉眼睛，
老师说不要用力揉眼睛。
替，早，
What? Oh, Pierre.
揉成，
把泥土和水揉成粘土。
四教，
鄙人初学，还望赐教。
孵化器，
我们需要一个新的孵化器。
后羿，
这些人是古代勇士的后裔。
鹅，瞥，海啸，
地震可能引发海啸。
What the 海啸 Oh.
下棋，
你喜欢下棋吗？
Keep an eye off. Yeah, we're gonna link. We're gonna link E with. What the heck is Go? I have to look. Those two are very specific.
交，
Oh, okay. 50 minutes to spare. Got 50 minutes to eat. Okay. Less than 50 minutes because we have to go over this. Okay. Nian. Ooh. The heck is this stuff? Oh. Yi. Hung. Ah. Yo. Guan. My Jing. C. Lee. No, not C. Lee. C. La. 发球。剑兵。哦，那边兵。孝经。孔雀。Oh man, these ones are so rough. Okay. Here comes the rough ones. 麻雀。笑话。Okay, those are not too bad actually. 车祸. Okay, still not bad. These ones, here we go. Oh no, this one's pretty good too. Actually, there aren't too many bad ones. Not as bad as I thought. Bunga. Okay, this one pretty rough. Mo Sheng. Yeah, Mo Sheng is pretty bad. Nian Mai. Rough, not. And then Sheng. Oh, this one's pretty rough too. Sheng Ya. Alright. Neo. Too much details in here. Neo is in the pawn shop, where he once again opens a fortune, right? Where it says that he's gonna need, I don't know, an umbrella because suddenly a bunch of grain stock and some rice or a snowflake later is just gonna get all sticky. It's gonna get all sticky with it. Okay. Frankenstein. Basement. This is a rehash too. In the basement of his house. Got that set up with the shack. This underground government. Slenderman hoped to bow as payment. Hopefully that's enough. It's not. Okay. Yoshi. Bathroom. Of the house. There's a guard that is being obstructed by a guard, a pick guard. But he really needs to go to the bathroom, so he's resolute about it and start hurling his eggs at the pick guard. Resolutely, I suppose. Hermit on the immaculate lawn of the English Manor. Trying not to get in the way of the kids. Digging up the dirt and messing up the immaculate lawn to create a pit. Hermit simply breaks out a turntable and tries to entertain and encourage the kids to have fun. Okay, Bart Simpson, bathroom, auditorium. He is during this evening he He's playing the role of a tyrant of the night. He's practicing raining orders and cracks of his whip on unsuspecting audience members. Approach the bathroom. Hey, Yoshi, bathroom, bakery. Caught word of some enticing grain stalks by the stairs. Went to grab it, right? Goofy, bathroom, pawn shop. Responsible for taking care of the stork. Stork's thirsty. He attempts to irrigate some water by sucking it up and then spraying it in the stork's mouth. Alright, we got Ghoul. Simple character, but doesn't look like anything. Cool. Thigh. It was actually part of stocks, which is very peculiar too. Gu Pian. No, Gu Piao. Right. Wait. Yeah. Right? Yeah, Gu Piao. Stocks. I have to do something about connecting this to Goofy somehow. And then Qi. Chess. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I think we're just gonna combine it with Go, which I have no idea anymore. Oh, dang it. It's Yi. How'd the Yi work? Oh. That doesn't look right. It's like pedestal, no? Oh yeah, that is what it is. Okay. Right, leave it up to the two goobers that wouldn't play either of them. So I think that's pretty good. Just two goobers. Kirby's trying to play chess. Yoshi's trying to play Go. They look like each other. I mean, like they look like the characters they represent. Now for Ghoul, let's go look at. Oh, the top stroke is shorter. Anyways. Oh, let's look at thigh. Body parts. Body parts, I tell you. Body parts. Alright. So maybe like Goofy is in the house looking for something to house during the night. Looking for something to chew on. He was hoping for some sort of thigh bone left over. Stashed somewhere in the basement. Instead, it ended up being a missile. Maybe like a fireworks missile, which end up going off and waking everyone up in the night. Thigh bone? I guess. Thigh bone at night, looking for a thigh bone? Ugh. Which turned out to be a missile? Okay. The thigh and the missile is the same thing. Hopefully that settles that. Alright, that's a wrap for today. End of our session. Our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, share some stories. You know, exercise discreetness if you're enjoying yourself, enjoying a pint here and there, right? And always nice to catch up with people on a regular basis, keep each other company. The idea of keeping in daily contact is kind of a welcoming daily contact is really to encourage people to think about wanting to share things, right? But more in a casual sense. Like, we're not talking about, am I ending stream now? Yeah, I am. We don't have anything else planned. So the thing about encouraging discussions is that a lot of times on the internet, right, we have a lot of incentives to try to publicly publish things for everyone to see. But there is a lot of value to trying to encourage people in like the micro transactions, not the macro transactions. Like, not everyone has to record things for posterity or clout. The idea is sharing on a daily basis with someone may make you want to pay attention to the things that are happening in your lives and in the lives of others. Paying attention to the micro things from day to day can make one feel more active in their one's life. Like, I understand in the hustle culture, which I talked to Jazz earlier, that people live at like 50 miles per hour online. Like, when you start something, I hope you rest up. Yeah, no worries. The time, it's almost it's 2:25 a.m. I have to get ready for something at 3 a.m. So Saturdays, like Fridays into Saturdays, there's something at 3 a.m. So one of the things, right, we want to encourage each other, and it's not about impressing people. I think one of the things about the internet hustle culture, which Jazz and I talked about earlier today, is often about how people are constantly living at like 60 miles per hour, sorry, English units, or like 100 kilometers, 110 kilometers per second, or per second, or something like that. Is the idea that when you start something, the only thing interesting to report, right? The only thing interesting to report is when you achieve big milestones, and you want to achieve those big milestones, leaps and bounds every single month, or else you don't catch up with people. But 90% of the time, I know this sounds really obvious when you're not doing this, but 100 kilometers per, I know, we're exaggerating here. We're exaggerating. I wasn't making equivalents. I just chose the number. So what happens is that people think of things as milestones, which is not true. Like, it sounds obvious now, where 99% of the time, I would say, 99% is fairly big. We'll say like 80 conservatively. 80% of the time, you're actually doing your daily routines, your typical habits, formations. Those are the small stuff. So if you're not interested in the small stuff, then you're going to spend 80 to 90% of your time being really depressed, upset, disappointed, drifting. So that's kind of why we're talking about keeping in contact with people, being encouraged, encouraging others to be present in their lives, right? when you have a motivation to share something on a daily basis, or like a fun fact on a daily basis, it also gives the incentive that small actions on a daily basis and routine helps one stay consistently content while reaching for those milestones. It's difficult to appreciate the little things if you don't have someone who's participating in the little things. The rest of your life, you're prepping for those things. It's kind of like sleeping, eating, dieting, exercising. Yes, you have goals that are milestones and whatnot. The reality is 80 to 90% of the time you're working towards those goals. So being able to be interested in the little things that happen, being able to slow down and not get swept up in the hustle culture a lot of times. Every little helps. Tesco motto, if it's not a thing over the pond. I don't know if that motto is ascribed to that, but every little helps is also a motto from other places. It's a supermarket. Every little okay, that's probably not coming from that supermarket, but every little helps is a slogan for for a lot of other things too. So anyways, that's kind of the idea. Whatever it is, it could be anything that encourages someone to be more interested, right? Like you want to find something interesting every day. Otherwise, like, you're gonna spend 80 to 90% of the time not liking things. We talked about food a lot today. So food was obviously the centerpiece, but sleep is also the centerpiece. Resting, going for a walk, slowing down things. It's nice to be able to appreciate that, because you're going to be spending a lot of time doing that. And if you have to spend time waiting and working slowly towards something, you might as well try to enrich that portion of the stuff, like 80% of it, right? Just being slightly excited about what you eat each day and like routinely changing it every 2 or 3 weeks impacts like you at least 2 or 3 times every single day. These are the habits that form your life. So making a habit to want to tell someone about it, or making a habit of a routine of like, hey, I'm gonna go sip my favorite drink, stare out into the window and contemplate about getting ready for the day. That's a great routine. It helps with something that you can do every single day and find some calmness in it. That's kind of the idea. Like, I am not specifically only studying and keeping consistent with this type of thing, like HanziHero, WaniKani, and Bunpro, out of the sheer focus and reward of, I don't know, being able to read Chinese or Japanese one day and stuff like that. That happens when it's going to happen. The main focus that I have is in the present. Like, how do I keep doing it day in and day out, but slightly better, and constantly offsetting the grind mentality or the burnout mentality? Like, I'm no more enthusiastic. Well, technically, I'm slightly more enthusiastic as time goes on. To me, when I hear people caught up in the hustle culture, which means a lot of things to me, so I've talked about many branches before, one of the consequences of the hustle culture is that the hustle makes most things in the long term, not the short term, the long term, exponentially more grindy over time. That's the burnout. That's the why even bother. I'm moving at a snail's pace. I'm not moving fast enough. So hopefully, talking to someone, finding the interesting things in your day to day is great. Like, I read a special fact each day, or I look forward to doing the trivia. Some people do crossword puzzles, they do Wordle, that type of thing, right? Your little things do add up. And also the opposite is true. Stress, fatigue, stamina do add up too. Yeah, hustle is unsustainable. If you keep hustling, you're gonna run out of energy at some point. Like, and it's very hard to recover from the time you lost from a hustle. So what I mean is, if you hustle too much, it often leads to injury. That's both mentally and physically. And that time you lose, can be very traumatic. Like, it can be traumatic to the point where you can go back to the hustle and it feeds itself. So it's very dangerous. Like, if you get injured, right? Jazz recently injured his leg, I think, and it's really reassuring that even his doctor said, like, okay, so this is gonna be a test of patience. You want to take it carefully, slow down, don't like jump right back in, like oh no, you've lost all that time, now you're gonna go catch up. That's a vicious cycle. Hustle into burnout. Burnout is an injury up here, right? Burnout, injury, and then you're like, oh, you lost some time, now you're gonna go even harder, so you hustle even more, and then it keeps going back and forth. So learn to slow down a little bit. All the small stuff can be really wonderful. Whatever it is, it can be anything, right? So your sky's the limit. For me, doing this is already enough. Anyways, thanks for keeping me company, Proko. And that's a wrap for today. Again, always welcome. Let me know how you deal with the hustle, right? You didn't realize how physically damaging chronic stress is. You found out that it's systemic, which means it increases your risk of conditions for nearly all your organs. Critical, like negative stress, like cortisol, high cortisol levels, right, from chronic stress. I hope you're careful with your mania. Yes, I imagine that has yes. So each and every day we're trying to improve on controlling our cortisol, and it feeds into risk taking as well. So like, if it's not systemic, like biologically responsible, when you're hustling and you're not recovering properly, it leads to systemic risk taking, right? Your performance dips as your risk taking goes up. So it's so gradual. Chronic stress and like chronic behavior is gradual. You can't see it as it's happening. It's very difficult. And then it's usually the last straw that breaks the camel's back that you start processing, like, okay, that I've just crossed the threshold. And it already happened like many years ago. Like, you can be under chronic stress for years before you see the sufficiency go away, and to go back and try to undo or like to change and actively remediate the long-standing habits without being aware of it. That's what I mean. Encourage each other. Like, hopefully you have a system of support around. Encourage each other to be active and aware in the present time, because chronic stress is silent to the one person. It's less silent when there are two people interacting. Cortisol is when a lion's chasing you, and having a habitual reaction of cortisol spikes can never be good. Yeah. So these things build up. It's like sleep. Sleep catches up with you. It doesn't suddenly slap you in the face. Sleep deprivation, it tugs on you over time. Fatigue tugs on you over time, but you recover. The thing is, as over time, your recovery is less and less prominent, largely because your habits are starting to solidify. So if you're constantly on a downward trend, the longer that downward trend is, the more robust you are. You're young, you can accommodate this. But that doesn't mean you can easily unfix or change all the habits across that time period. So being able to have caring people. Like it comes down to support systems, right? Like if you're around someone, it is less silent when you interact with people. So having a nice like 3 or 4 support system around, and you're encouraged to share between each other, it creates a maintenance cycle that allows one to like have some feedback, especially when you're like, oh, I'm getting more tired. It's like, yeah, I just work harder. But the idea is that you don't know how hard you're working relative to the things you're declining in unless there's interaction with someone else, right? Or a machine, I guess. AI learning could help with that, like trackers, right? Trackers, if you don't have a support system, trackers are really wonderful. However, they don't respond to you, right? Like respond to you in a way that would circumvent or be preventative out of concern. Like machine can give you patterns of stuff, which is great. Use both, basically. Use both. Anyways, and I'm encouraging both, obviously. One is more accessible than humans. Other human support systems, that's kind of irreplaceable, and it's always, in my opinion, often a wonderful investment if you're able to. All right, so until then, we'll see you guys next time. 大家下次见，感谢观看。All right, take care, stay safe. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.